consider it cheating now. Can't think of anything to do, yeah, my left brain knows that the love is fleeting. She just looking for something new, and I said it once before, but it bears repeating now.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
There we go. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Willkommen. Bienvenue. Whatever. Happy Monday. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. You heard my name there in the introduction to the program, but I am a raging narcissist, and so I will give it to you again. Hey, say hi to Rob Anthony. He's right over there.
What's up, man?
He's far more humble than I am. And...
My name just isn't in the intro.
That's why they call us the yin-yang twins, because, well, in mixed company, some people will call us that. Cat's out today, yes?
Yeah.
Cat is out today. So, I don't know how, well, when people call the show, we'll play caller roulette.
Uh-huh.
People will call, and I will pick them up.
And I will get the winners.
And results may vary. With respect to who hits us up on this. And unfortunately, Kat was the linchpin of our massive Alan Cox Show Cinco de Mayo broadcast, which is, I don't know what that would... I like to think of it, yesterday, and I, as big of a Star Wars fan as I am, that whole May the 4th thing just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know why, because it's so silly. It's apropos of nothing, but May the 4th is this big day for Star Wars nerds, and I celebrated it by catching up on Andor over there on Disney+. That's the extent to which I celebrated May the 4th, but a lot of people really go all in. And then, because that's not enough for them, it's not enough for you Star Wars dorks, today they call Revenge of the 5th. Now, Cinco de Mayo aside, I like to say, may the 5th be with you, as in a fifth of some kind of spirit, Rob.
Malort.
Malort.
A fifth of Malort.
I was thinking maybe Casamigos or something along those lines, a fifth of Jameson, right?
Ooh.
May the 5th be with you. But I noticed that, and again, I think that the May the 4th thing on the Star Wars tip has been around a lot longer. I don't know if the Revenge of the 5th is a more recent development, but... obviously take off on the film Revenge of the Sith. But boy, I can't, as much as I love Star Wars and as much as that was such a, I'm a Gen Xer, so Star Wars was the cornerstone. It was the underpinning of everything we believed coming up as Gen X kids. Star Wars, and as much as I love those movies and have such affection and affinity for them, this whole May the 4th be with you thing, and again, it's entirely harmless. I don't know why it rubs me the wrong way, but it does. There are some things that rub me the wrong way, and I know precisely why they do that. But I don't know why that. But yesterday, if you were spending any amount of time on social media, and I was, Sunday, I had a big weekend other than Sunday. Yesterday was just kind of a sitting around day. It's a day that I would have been out in the yard had it not been a monsoon all day long. So I spent a lot of my time wasting it, hanging out with my kid. That's not the wasting part. That's the good part. But the rest of it, when she's, playing Minecraft with her friends or whatever, it's me just wasting my time scrolling on social media. And it was all May the 4th be with you type stuff. And so maybe it was just the frequency with which I saw it that was getting under my skin. I don't know, because this happens every year. It doesn't always bother me like that. But I don't know.
There's some douchiness to it. I just feel like it's overdone. You know what I mean? I think that could be what the annoying thing is.
But I also don't know what would constitute something being underdone. I mean, if people like it and they post about it, there are some genuinely humorous takes on it that I've seen. But I don't know. I feel like it wasn't there for a long time, and then all of a sudden it was there. I think it's been around a lot longer than I noticed it, so I don't know.
What's the same with the Justin Timberlake meme that shows its ugly face every single year on May 1st? It's gonna be May. It's I don't know, man. Social media sucks.
Well, I like when it's silly. I mean, those memes are ridiculous, but I like when it's silly. I think we'd all prefer that. The silliness of the early days of the internet and the early days of social media, rather than people screaming at each other over God knows what.
True.
But so I'll always take the silliness. I'll tell you what's going to make us feel a little bit better is I'm going to be talking to Scott Stapp.
Hell yeah.
Right around 2:30. Longtime frontman for Creed. He's dropping a new solo album, which is called something. I'm almost positive that Scott Stapp's album is called something. It's called Higher Power. And we played a couple of the songs, kind of dipped into them last week. And I really do want to pick his brain about that Marlins song because we've kind of played around with it over the years. But I would really love to get the kind of the behind the music backstory on that whole thing. And I was, something else too, I was picking up some items at the grocery store yesterday, and it's not a new experience for any of us. It's been in place for a long, long time where we are unpaid employees at the grocery store, right? Not only the self-checkout, where you're doing the work that previously somebody else was doing, but now even when you go through a line, you're bagging your own groceries, which again, it's not the end of the world. These places are chronically understaffed. The girl yesterday, obviously if you have a couple of items, you're going to go through the self-checkout. No big deal. Well, I had more than a few, right? I had a good chunk where I needed a cart. And so I'm going through. This is at the Giant Eagle that I shop at. And the girl behind the counter asked me something that nobody else had asked me. She said, "Would you like me to bag or are you okay doing it?" And I said, "I'm perfectly fine bagging my own groceries." Now, when I worked in a grocery store, I wasn't a bag boy. I wasn't working up front. I worked in the cleaning crew in the bakery. So the girls in the bakery, women in the bakery would get into the grocery store at like 4 in the morning, making all the pastries and donuts and things so that when the store opened, they're all in there in the case. And so they got there very early. They were gone by noon, right? And then the rest of us on this cleaning crew, we were there scraping dough off the floor. And, it's like a war zone in there once the bakery's done for the day. So I never worked up front. Now, my brother, who was on the crew with me, he was dating a girl up front. He was dating a checker. Now, this checker is currently his wife. They've been married like 27 years. And but I never worked up front. Who knew that we would all get this retail experience later in life? Unpaid, mind you, but nevertheless. And you should see me bag, Rob. I'll tell you what, you should see me bag. I look like I'm teaching a TED Talk on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so good.
Keeping like items together.
Man, am I good.
Yeah.
I'm like, boom, boom, boom. I have had clerks comment on my bagging speed and skill. And I go, now you know why I don't mind doing it, right?
Anyone offer you a job? Like, really, really good at this?
Nope.
No.
They're not looking to hire. They're looking to fire.
Well, I'm just saying.
But I'd never had anybody ask, would you like me to do it? And there were a couple of people behind me. So I'm like, no, you don't have to do it. I'll take care of it. You just do what you've got to do there. But then the trouble is when they're done ringing you up, you're still bagging. And so then now you're just holding the thing up because I got to scoot around to the side. I got to pay the whole thing. But this invaluable retail experience that we're all getting way down the road. Some of you did come up bagging items back in the day. I never got to do that. And so I don't know what life's going to look like for me when I get finally chewed up and spat out of showbiz.
Mm-hmm.
I might need one of those gigs. And if I can walk in there with my head held high and said, you might have already heard of me in the wind, at the grocery store chains, the whispers of the guy who was able to speed bag.
The legend of Alan Cox, the speed bagger.
I believe that's what it's called, is speed bagging when you're in there. But, yeah, I got in and out of there, and toot sweet.
I think those things were designed for people like me, though, because I love self-checkout. Even if I have a lot of stuff, if it's a slow day and there's not a ton of people, I'll check myself out and then go bag, take my time, because I don't want to talk to people.
I understand.
It's just great. I just take my time, boop.
Yeah.
And I get mad because almost every single time something doesn't scan or.
But even the clerk, I mean, unless you get a real chatty one, a lot of times they're not so much because they're tired, they've been there, whatever. A lot of times, even with a clerk, they're not talking to you that much.
You know what's odd? I must have an approachable face because
You do.
people are always like very, and I appreciate it. I just don't want to talk. But it's always like, oh, hey, how are you? How's things? And then once that starts, it leads to that polite Midwestern conversation where I have to be, oh, I'm good. How are you?
Yes.
Oh, well, I woke up this morning and my back was sore. But I'm like, I don't care. Just ring up my eggs.
Yeah. No, I have resting bitch face. So nobody wants to have a conversation with me, and that's fine because I am fantastic at small talk. Nevertheless, you have an approachable face.
Which is
you have
odd.
a face that says, "Hey, let's chat." Yeah.
Well, couldn't be further from the truth.
I was going to say, if you run into our Edward Anthony out there in public, just beware. Because don't be fooled. Don't be fooled by that face of his.
He's going to ask how you're doing. But he doesn't care.
Does not care at all. I've got to take a break here. More money for you. We're still not done giving away money like it's not even ours because it's not. It's from the Buzzard Bookie. It's $1,000. We'll get to that next keyword around 2:30. Shoot me a text, 35192. You can watch the show live on our YouTube channel, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Whoa. Dollar Bank's new Smart Savings account is offering annual percentage yields as high as 4.25%.
Seriously? My current bank doesn't have returns that high.
Yep. 4.25% up to $10,000 with the safety of FDIC insurance. And with no minimum balance requirement and no monthly service fee, the savings really add up. It's an account option for everyone. Plus, Smart Savings also provides the benefit of a great checking account with perks such as card controls to turn your card on or off, real-time card activity alerts, mobile payments, and more.
How do I get started?
You can open an account online in less than 5 minutes at dollar.bank/smart or by visiting your local Dollar Bank office.
I'm on it.
Do more with Dollar Bank, your local community bank. And don't miss your opportunity to earn up to 4.25%. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Annual percentage yield offered on balances from $0 to $10,000. Rates may change without notice. Everything checking with certain requirements applies. Account opening is subject to approval and accounts are only available to consumers residing in Dollar Bank's markets.
At GetGo, we're bred to be different. Let us prove it with our new ancient grain ciabatta sandwiches. Choose from the Spicy Kickin' Chicken Club, the unique Turkey Reuben, or the BLT loaded with 6 strips of crispy bacon. Or maybe you're looking for something more bite-sized. Try our new moist, juicy chicken nuggets, available in 6, 10, or 20 pieces. Dipped in your favorite sauce, of course. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time for the Great Haircut Sale at your local Great Clip salon. Your chance to get a great haircut at an even greater price, just $7.99. And money's not all you'll save at Great Clips. When you use online check-in, you can save time too. So download our app today and hurry in for the $7.99 great haircut sale at Great Clips. It's gonna be great. For a limited time at participating salons.
The $7.99 great haircut sale runs May 3rd through May 9th.
Salons in Cleveland, Akron, Canton, and Sandusky.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Cleveland. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
How do you feel when you switch to Geico and save on your car insurance? It's like finding a parking spot in front of a busy outdoor cafe where you're meeting some old friends from college.
Oh, a space!
And you're about to parallel park into that oh-so-tight spot. And then everyone in the cafe stops to watch. And you nail it in one try, like the parallel parking baller you are.
Mm-hmm. Boom.
Nobody clapped, but you know they really wanted to. Yep, switching and saving with Geico feels just like that. Get more with Geico.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Charlie. You could win a backyard barbecue at your house with me, WMMS, and Circle K. Register right now at WMMS.com or come out to one of my 2 Circle K events, Thursday, June 5th from noon until 2 in Eastlake on Lakeshore Boulevard, or Thursday, June 19th from noon until 2 in Akron on East Talmadge Avenue. The ultimate backyard barbecue from Circle K. Prizes, Bud Light swag, food, and more. You invite your friends and we bring the barbecue. Hosted by me and WMMS. Go to WMMS.com right now to register.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
It's me, Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. I see those dry elbows, baby. But don't worry, get moisturized right in the shower. So hydrated you can skip the lotion after.
Don't wanna see it dry no more. Skin so moisturized with body wash.
Look at you now, no more dry skin. Your skin gets the moisture it craves with
Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Find mom's best gift at Target. Now through Mother's Day, get up to 40% off gifts for her. Discover trendy apparel and swimwear that'll elevate any wardrobe. Jewelry that'll make her smile shine brighter, and even chocolate that'll turn any moment into something sweeter. There are endless options to choose from to show her she's the best. Hurry! Save 20 to 40% on select apparel, jewelry, chocolates, and more this Mother's Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Traffic.
From the Elkin Elk Traffic Center, for an injury lawyer dedicated to every client every day, call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Got a couple of issues tying you up this afternoon. A crash taking out the center lane, Opportunity Corridor near East 79th Street. Also a disabled tanker truck from an earlier crash that's blocking the right lane on 480 eastbound just before Granger. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Great Clips. The Great Haircut Sale is back. The $7.99 Great Haircut Sale is back at Great Clips. Get a great haircut for just $7.99, May 3rd through May 9th at any of the participating Cleveland area salons. Use online check-in to save time. Download the app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Rock icons unleashed and on stage.
What song is it you want to hear?
Introducing iHeartRadio's Classic Rock Live.
What a wonderful evening.
Your front row pass to rock's most iconic live recordings, all commercial free. Hear the boss sing to the rafters. Zeppelin set the stage on fire. And feel AC/DC bring the house down. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Classic Rock Live, and make it a preset now.
If I had a baby, I'd name it Alan Cox. Wrap it in a blanket and give it up for adoption in one of those countries where you can't drink the water.
100.7.
That's what I think of you, Alan Cox.
WMMS.
Oh, yeah. Hey, your Cleveland Guardians had quite the weekend up there in Toronto. They took 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays. 5-4 the final yesterday, 5-3 the night before. Friday night they lost. It was 5-3, but they were getting their sea legs there. Tonight they start up the first of 3 there in D.C. against the Nationals. That's going to be a 6:45 first pitch. So we will, I guess pregame gets going like right after we get out of here, or what are we doing? Are we out of here normal time? Is that what's up?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, Guardians-Nats tonight, 6:45 on the buzzard. And then the Cavaliers, they are not off to a good start. They lose game 1 there in the conference semifinals against the Indiana Pacers. I believe I'm saying that correctly.
Nope.
121-112, the final. But that Tyrese Halliburton was on fire.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, man. I really, really didn't. But DG was out.
Yep.
You got to, I'm looking for the positives.
You got to look at it for what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so game 2 will be still here at home tomorrow night. 7 o'clock will be your tip-off, and you will hear each and every Cavaliers playoff game here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. 100.7 WMMS. And the promo code FLOWERS. Now that we're fully into May, 5 days in, then you can use Flowers for 20% off at CLE Clothing Company. And you want me to pick this up? I'm going to pick this up. Yes, hello.
Yes, I got a question about the Funny Bus for the Alan Cox Show.
Yes, Funny Bus. Are you coming? It's Wednesday night.
Well, it's every Wednesdays, correct?
Every Wednesday in
Or
May.
like May and June?
That's every Wednesday in May.
What about in June?
Well, what about in June? I don't know. I don't think we're doing June. I think we're doing every Wednesday in May, and then we'll see where we are. But traditionally, it's been every Wednesday in May.
Gotcha. Because I thought I heard May and June, and my wife's birthday is in June on a Wednesday, so I wanted to do that particular
That
day.
would be great. I'll tell you. I'll tell you this: if we scooted into June, I'll be talking about that, and you'll have the full details. But funnybus.net is where you want to just to be safe. Maybe celebrate your wife's birthday a few weeks early on the Cleveland Funny Bus.
Understood. Yes.
Yeah.
Understood. And they just go out the week prior, correct?
I believe they do. You can go to funnybus.net. I'll have tickets to give away today and tomorrow, but yes, you can buy them there.
Okay, yeah, I was already checking it out. I just saw it just this Wednesday, so I just want to make sure it was every Wednesday. Just want to make sure they come out.
Yes, it is.
Basically.
Yeah, thank you,
I didn't
man.
miss it. Awesome.
Awesome.
Yep,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Okay, there you go. All right, we're playing caller roulette today because
Oh,
Cat's
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, Cleveland Funny Bus, man. Tickets today and tomorrow, and then we go out on Wednesday night. It is, at this point, every Wednesday in May, and they do sell out quickly. So if you want to join us, please do. We'd love to have you along. It's our 3rd or 4th season with the Cleveland Funny Bus, and it's great. It's a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to getting back out there. We leave from Collision Bend in the Flats on Wednesdays. And, boy, he really wanted to know if it was going to keep going into June. Is it May and June? Well, it's May and June. Well, we're going to do May, and then maybe,
He wasn't taking your well, I'm just not sure yet.
But
as
his
a
wife's
gospel answer.
His wife's birthday is a Wednesday in June, so that'd be 4/11/1825. So we'll see. But as of now, Wednesdays in May, the first of which, of course, will be this week.
My fingers are crossed for him. I hope that it works out.
Yeah, I'd love to have you along. It's great. Alan, my niece got married yesterday with a Star Wars-themed wedding and cake and music. And R2-D2 was there as well. Listen, this is the thing, man. Some people might scoff. However, you can do whatever you want to do for your wedding. You're spending the money, whatever you want to do. Imagine that. Ladies and gentlemen, their first dance together as man and wife. Yeah, the romance is in the air.
The announcer's Jabba.
Yep.
Oh, gosh. They had lightsabers and stuff. They probably made, the lightsaber arches.
You think that's what they did?
Yeah.
Oh, it's romantic, isn't it? Oh, there they are. All right, everybody. Mr. and Mrs. Sanderson for the first time ever. All right. If we can take it down a minute, everybody. This is going to be the mother-son dance. Mother of the groom and the groom out there. They chose this song as the one that means so much to them. It's the father of the bride and the bride. All right, everybody. Jabba's theme.
Yeah.
This is, of course, the Imperial March, but
yes.
This is my ex-wife's ringtone. There's no when she's calling with something that's unfair, of course, but it is what it is. Al, did you see the Derby? I didn't. We talked about merely in passing because it was just a pathway for me to do a dopey bit on dumb horse names on Friday. The Derby went completely past me. I didn't click it. I hosted the 2 Kevin Nealon shows at Hilarities on Saturday. And so I was kind of getting ready for those and had a couple of things to do during the day on Saturday. But the Kentucky Derby wasn't even on my radar. Who won the Kentucky Derby?
I don't know.
Do we know?
It was the second.
You didn't pay attention to it either?
I looked to see who won because I bet that stupid horse Mohawk, whatever his name was.
And did you
18th.
win any money?
No, he finished 18th.
Oh, okay.
Obviously the
18th.
Yeah.
So neither won, placed, nor showed.
Field filler, I believe, is what
Pardon
they call
me?
horses like that. Field fillers, I believe, is what they call horses like that. But I tried.
Right.
It was only $10. And it was a 30-1 shot, so why not?
Right.
Let's see. I'll tell you who won. I think it was the one that was picked to, oh, God. People were saying it was like the second fastest horse they thought would be. I don't know.
The second fastest horse.
Yeah, people gave it like the closest odds. It begins with an S. I know that. Sovereignty.
Okay.
Was the horse that won.
What about journalism? That was the only other horse
He came
name
in
that
second.
All right.
But it was like the track. Did you see like any replays of it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it was
completely
mud.
Mud. Okay.
It was disgusting. Which obviously that's like the great equalizer when that happens. They say.
Here's a clip from the Derby.
Wet and sloppy.
Yeah, it was all mud.
It was very wet and sloppy.
Wet and sloppy out there.
Wet and sloppy.
Churchill Downs, is that where they do it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I was flipping through. I have Hulu live TV, and I was flipping through, and they had coverage starting at like 10 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning, and then like the red carpet stuff started at like 2 for a race that starts at whatever 6:47, I think it was. It's a 2-minute race. They take all day in television programming for this, for the Kentucky Derby. I don't understand why that's such a big deal.
I don't either. It smacks of just nostalgia, and I don't know. I mean, clearly the Kentucky Derby is a big deal.
Yeah.
And it takes up 1 day of programming a year, so I understand why they would make a big deal out of it. But
it's just a lot. I mean, for what that is, I don't know, man. It seems really odd to me. Do you really think anybody sits there and watches 8 hours of Kentucky Derby coverage?
I don't know if they do that, but I mean, it's like everything now is being turned into coverage. They are doing like coverage of the papal conclave.
Yeah.
Like ESPN. They've got like a cardinal sitting there with a, they literally do. You know, I don't know if it's over on the Eternal Word Network or whatever it is, but yeah, they've got like a 3-person panel there who's going over the X's and O's of the papal conclave. And so everything now is being turned into that kind of format.
Right.
Now, the weird thing is, I didn't think that Shaquille O'Neal knew anything about choosing a pope, but there he is. There he sits.
He's probably got as much as, idea of what's going on inside as anybody else.
I guess so.
We all saw the movie.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't even think it started yet.
No, it starts on the 7th. Yeah.
Yeah. Siete de Mayo, I believe, is what they call the papal conclave this year.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they've got people sitting behind a desk and they're tossing it around, and so it's gonna be. I don't know who the front runners are. Obviously, there was a AI picture of Trump as Pope.
Yeah.
Which I guess is supposed to get people worked up. People who get easily worked up. We're getting worked up about that. But they are trying to determine who's going to get the white smoke.
I didn't know that chimney isn't always there. Did you see that?
Yeah, they set it up.
They take it in and out. I had no idea that just wasn't something that just was there.
Yep.
That's so weird to me.
That's what I do on my house at Casa Cox.
You take it down in the
Anytime
winter?
there's a papal conclave, no, I put up my, so that the people in my neighborhood.
Oh, so they're aware.
Got it. And the irony is, because I'm an atheist and a lapsed Catholic, that I don't care at all.
Mm.
And yet there it is.
You just like breaking the news to people.
I
got it before you did.
Not even that. Not even a flex. I just like to keep the people, my immediate neighborhood, informed.
Well, Alan's sending white smoke up the chimney.
In whatever
they've elected a pope.
Way that I can, yes. Yes, sometimes it is because they have
smoke weed every day.
Sometimes it is because they have elected a new pope. But more cardinals from more countries than ever will gather at this papal conclave to choose a new pope. It is always a precarious time for the Catholic Church. It's always a precarious time for any organized religion because, what's the word I'm looking for? They're irrelevant in modern day. But, we go through this charade whenever it needs to happen, and okay. Right there in Rome. We've got money here for you, and then I think we're going to be talking to Scott Stapp in a minute. He's got a new solo album he's going to drop. And this is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Chance for you to grab $1,000. The first of 4 keywords you will get today, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Yellow. Oh, they hung up. I just gave them a whole big yellow there, and they hung up on me.
Ah, yes. Do you think that was Scott?
No, I don't know about that. Hello, yes.
Hi, this is Tyson Haller with Scott Stapp Management.
Hey, how are you, man?
Good. Are we on air?
We are. Scott, ready?
Well, let me put Scott through.
Yeah, thanks.
Hi, Scott. You're in.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, what's up?
How are you, man?
Man, I couldn't be better, brother. Thank you for asking.
Where are you? Where are you calling me from?
I'm calling you from my hometown right now. It's been my hometown for the last 12 years, Nashville, Tennessee.
You know what? You didn't even have to tell me, and you said it's been my hometown for a minute. I don't know why Nashville popped into my head. I think because a lot of people have kind of made that, they've made that journey up there. How have you found, I've had a handful of friends who have decamped from L.A. and Denver and all these places, and they've all gone to Nashville and they love it. But I have to think that the more people, you've been there for a while, as you said, I have to think that the more people that discover that, does it lose any of the zhuzh that you went there for?
I think for me, being just dived into a community of artists and musicians that are living the lifestyle every day of creativity, making music, art in other forms is just inspiring. And it's inspiring to be around creative people. I know a lot of people have flooded here because big businesses like Tesla, Nissan, other Amazon, they've all decided to put, major hubs and production lines here. So, there's a lot of people that are here for those, that have come in for those reasons. But just as a city, it just has a vibe to it. And it's inspiring to be here. And the music community is so supportive of one another. It's not a place like you would think that's just cutthroat and competitive. Everybody just wants to create and see everybody win. And so it's a great place to be as an artist, no matter what field of art that you're in.
It's also, if nothing else, it's a beautiful part of the country. I mean, just the topography of it, and it's a beautiful part of the country.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I mean, it's you get all 4 seasons here, and there's just beautiful places throughout Tennessee. So it's a gorgeous place to live.
Do you have family back in Florida? I mean, Florida is your home state. Yeah. Do you have? Do you go back with any frequency? I was just there, and I was kind of like, I
was born and raised in Orlando, and grew up there and have my roots there. Still have family there, and the guys in Creed, except for Brian, all decided to move there in the late '90s, early 2000s, and so I'm back there quite a bit here recently, doing rehearsals with the guys and stuff that we have to do, as a band professionally. So it's always good to go home. It still feels like home, when you're born and raised somewhere. And it's changed. What a city, bigger city it's become, since I've moved away. So I'm there quite a bit.
Do you have any thoughts on, the big talk now is that Orlando may be getting a Major League Baseball franchise? There's investment groups, which is basically where all that kind of money comes from, that they're talking about Orlando. Right. There are billions of dollars on the table. Is that anything that would be on your radar or no?
I think that would be incredible for the city. And I even think an NFL team would be incredible for the city. I think the city can handle it. I think they would pack the bleachers, pack the stadium for MLB and NFL. And I think it's just the perfect next step for a city like Orlando. It's a hub for college bowl games.
Yeah.
And I've been to those games at the Citrus Bowl. I don't know what they've changed the name to, but and it is packed. It's a sports loving town. They've supported the Magic for years. They've got other, I think, minor league teams there. And it's just a hub too, for, athletes to go and train, in many different sports. And so I think it's just ripe, for professional teams.
I wanted to pick your brain, and I know that it is, we're 10 years past it or whatever, but I will a couple of times a year go back to that Marlin song that you did, because it is, I'm transfixed by that song, and I wasn't sure if you were a fan at the time or if it was just a Florida thing, and they came to you and they said, hey man, Creed was at the height of its powers then, and they came to you and said, hey, would you mind doing this? I didn't know if they had to twist your arm a little bit or how that whole thing came about.
Man, it's not hard to twist anybody's arm when they've got boys in the household who love sports, who love baseball, and they're allowed to go down and run on the field. They're allowed to go to the games. They're allowed to experience things that most kids can't, being in the dugout and other things. And so, I ran into the owners of the team coming back from a trip in Aspen at an airport. We began talking and traded numbers. And then they reached out to me for that. And even though I wasn't a lifelong fan of the team. I just thought it was a great opportunity to be a part of professional sports, be a part of Major League Baseball. It was kind of my in to be able to give my children an experience that a lot of kids don't have with these big league professional ball players. So I looked at it as a win-win, and I'm glad that I did it, and proud of what I created for those guys. And it was awesome to hear it, blared in the stadium over and over again with my kids there.
Scott Stapp's new solo album is called Higher Power. We've been playing Dead Man's Trigger kind of on and off around here because it checks all the boxes for what you want to hear from a Scott Stapp song, I guess. And I have to hope, because you referenced the Creed guys and you're in Florida kind of writing and doing things with them, I have to hope that all of the hatchets have been buried and that all of the, everybody obviously has had some time to kind of step back from maybe whatever issues there were collectively. Where now, do you feel more, back in the day, I would think that maybe a solo album was seen as kind of an FU maybe to some degree. Is it now kind of to the point where you feel more liberated to do solo stuff and still maintain the Creed rocket?
To tackle one of your points you made, I don't think we ever looked at our projects outside of Creed as an FU to anybody. It was just, we're artists, we're creators, we're songwriters, Mark and I. And when Creed had reached an ending point, the next natural step was for us to just continue to create music apart. And that's what we did. And so, excited to continue to be able to do that. At the same time, Creed is doing something, I think that really demonstrates and shows the authenticity of where we are right now, and that we support everything that the members are involved in. And Creed is able to kind of raise the platform for our solo projects. So they're benefiting despite the fact that that's not why we did it. We did it because the fans demanded it. We were excited about it. And it's just become, Creed mania, so to speak. I mean, even as early as yesterday, there's more videos going viral with our music. And so, it's an exciting time for Creed, this rebirth, this reintroduction, and to have, a whole new generation get to see us like it's the first time and get to hear our music like it's the first time. And I know I can speak for all of us. We all feel extremely blessed, humbled by it, and honored. And it couldn't be a better time because we're tight. We all support each other, and we have a good time up there on stage, and we're really relishing it. And that's able to just empower us to deliver a performance like we never have before. And I think we want to make the fans happy and make them feel like when they came to a Creed show, they got what they paid for.
Is it a priority for you to be able to squeeze in solo dates too, or is it just kind of the creation of new songs and you don't necessarily, I would think you'd want to go play them live for people.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I was just having this conversation with someone a few minutes ago. I'm kind of happy the way this has played out with this solo record. I did get to do a full solo tour last year prior to the Creed tour starting. But having this success that I've had on this record with my first two singles, and now, Dead Man's Trigger coming out, it's really given my album some time to marinate.
Yeah.
And really continue to connect with people as, this big Creed machine is having these young fans explore all of what we're doing. And so I'm excited, when it's the right time to get out there and do a solo tour, knowing that the people that show up, they're going to know these songs and have connected with them. And so I think it's a win, man. And I think I couldn't have planned it any better.
Creed goes back out on the road this summer. Yeah, July and August, you guys hit the road again with the big machine?
We sure do.
Scott Stapp's new solo album is out now, and it's a banger. Not only Dead Man's Trigger, but there's a hell of a lot of other songs on this thing, too, that you will hear. and love. Higher Power is the name of the album. And, Scott, I appreciate your time, man. Good luck with everything, bouncing back and forth. Enjoy Nashville. And we'll catch you on the road, man.
Yeah, dude. Thank you so much for your time, and we can't wait to get back and rock Cleveland.
Awesome. Thank you, pal.
Hey, thank you, bro.
There's Scott Stapp. He's live at home in Nashville. Dead Man's Trigger is the song there. And you know who's opening the Summer Creed tour, Rob? Mammoth.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Mammoth, which is Wolfie Van Halen's band. We're doing an MMS invite-only show with Mammoth this Friday night at the Foundry. They got that new location there in Old Brooklyn. So I'm hooking you up for a lot of other shows this week, but with them, I'll throw you a couple of tickets to check out Mammoth with us. That is a big, big band that we're squeezing into an intimate show with you guys on Friday night. So I'm going to throw you a couple of tickets here to see Mammoth. And if you want to go see Black Keys, we'll get you set up for that too. Black Keys doing a hometown show with Gary Clark Jr. That's a 1-2 punch right there, boy. Out at Blossom. It's Friday, August 22nd. And I'll have these tickets for you all this week. So 2 for the Black Keys. We'll put you at Mammoth this Friday night with MMS. You got to win your way into that, of course. You can go to WMMS.com to win tickets for either one of these shows. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Best bet. I like the under.
Pick the money line. Stay away from this one.
Always bet on Buzzard.
I like that bet. I think that's a smart move.
With the Buzzard Bookie, get an earful of MMS.
That's a win. I take that all day.
And maybe a pocket full of cash.
And parlay that into something else.
You can't lose. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000.
Lay your bets.
The Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS.
Sponsored by Premier Home Pros.
Premier Home Pros are the pros in bathroom remodels. Fast, high quality, and hassle-free. Go to premier-homepros.com and tell them you heard it on the radio to get a special offer of $2,000 off your dream bathroom. That's premier-homepros.com.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The Indiana Fever cruised to a 108-44 win over the Brazilian national team in preseason WNBA action on Sunday. The game at Carver Hawkeye Arena on the Iowa campus, where fans were lined up down the street to see Caitlin Clark back on her college court. She was in midseason form already, draining 4 of 6 threes for 16 points in 19 minutes. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Time for a new AC?
Just call sales! Just call sales!
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in focus and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
5005 Rockside, Cleveland. CordellCordell.com.
The new iHeart app just looks better.
The best feature of a car radio on the app.
It's the presets.
Super easy.
And thank you for keeping it free.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Cleveland Metro Park's Emerald Necklace has 9 pristine golf courses surrounded by scenic beauty for you to explore. Book your tee time at clevelandmetroparks.com/golf. Your time, your place. Cleveland Metro Parks.
Rocket.com is the new home for all things homeownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. We can reawaken any space to make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
And we're back talking all things connectivity with Spectrum customers Kev and Melissa. So tell us, how long have you been with Spectrum, and how important is a reliable internet connection?
We've been Spectrum customers since we moved 12 years ago. The first thing we did is sign up for Spectrum Internet.
You get a lease, you get it Wi-Fi.
Yes,
immediately.
We need that. We had Spectrum Wi-Fi before our couch got here.
That's true. That's a true story.
I'll sleep on the floor, but I won't go to bed with no internet.
You heard it here. Switch to Spectrum now.
Everybody poops, everybody pees. Mommy, will you call Mr. Rooter, please? 'Cause I gotta poop and I gotta pee. Only Mr. Rooter can clear the drain for me. Thank you, Mr. Rooter.
Hi, everybody. When you have a plumbing or drain
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cuando se marea dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala su amores. Baila, 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 bailame. Esta rumba, esta guitarra, que yo siempre cantaré, pero no siempre cantaré.
You want to go to Cinco de Mayo karaoke with me tonight? It's all Gypsy Kings.
Yep.
Over at the Pupuseria.
I'm in.
Juaniquitas, over there in by my old spot. Clark and 25th.
I'm in.
I do a version of Bailame that you will blow your goddamn socks off, by the way. How about that Scott Stapp? Well, he seemed affable enough.
Yeah, no, he seemed very nice.
The thing with Scott Stapp is I think he's always waiting for somebody to, like, dunk on him to his ear or face.
Without question.
Yes, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not a gotcha guy. I want to, like, pick people's brains. I haven't talked to Scott Stapp in, like, 15 years.
I think that when you mentioned the Marlins thing, I think he was like, here it comes. I think he thought, like, right then and there that you were about to poop on him.
That's why I wanted to just ease him into it. I wanted to know where he was coming from. And frankly, who can't identify with doing something for your kid?
Of course.
That you might not have otherwise done, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so. But I wasn't sure if the Creed thing was one and done, quite frankly. I wasn't sure if maybe they'd... I always think of David Lee Roth hooking back up with Van Halen, and it just dissolved immediately.
Yeah.
Like a raccoon trying to wash cotton candy while it eats it. And I was just like, I hope that's not what happened with Creed, because irrespective of what you think of that band, boy, they bring the goddamn riffs. And but July and August, I don't think that there is a Cleveland Creed date. I think they're playing Cincinnati in 2025. I don't think they're coming here. They are doing that thing up there, our bureau chiefs in Wisconsin, Alpine Valley. They're doing a thing called Summer of '99. It's Nickelback and Creed and live, and our friend Chris Daughtry, who was just here. But Creed and Mammoth, Daughtry, Big Wreck. Remember Big Wreck?
I don't.
They had a great song called The Oath. Probably, well, this would have been 99, 2000. Oh, no, it's not in here. And it just kind of came out of nowhere. And it was like the one big song they had, and I dug it. It just scratched me right where I itched at just the right time. Where is The Oath? That was their big song. Big Wreck was a band out of Toronto, and they dropped an album in like 97, and I don't think it really blew up. But they were doing like a 20th anniversary tour of it a couple years ago, and it's got to get going here.
I keep it cracked, they won't be there no more. Ooh, she leave a long way. Leaving there, don't come back.
You don't remember Big Wreck at all?
I don't. But very of the time.
Yes, very post-grunge kind of, multicultural Canadian band. Yeah, I like what they were trying to do there. So Creed's taking them out on some dates. Anyway,
I'm trying to find Wolfie's date because he has Mammoth here at MGM too. He's doing the Creed tour, but he's got a solo date that we were talking about, and I can't remember when that is.
Okay. Yeah, they are Mammoth and Creed. They're doing most of the Creed dates. Mammoth and Three Doors Down, I think, are doing most of those dates. But August 24th, Creed will be in Cincinnati. There's no Cleveland date. You can go to Detroit, I think. But listen, those guys have figured it all out, getting back out there, and he's living in Nashville. We have bureau chiefs in the great state of Tennessee. We got them all over the place. We also have bureau chiefs in, well, all over. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it, because I'd like to know where people are, make sure they're on the map. Spencer is a bureau chief down in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chad is in Thibodaux, Louisiana. Jeff is in Aiken, South Carolina. Dean's in Memphis, Tennessee. And Wendy lives in Lexington, Kentucky. And Wendy sent me the story of the Powerball winner who was a felon and is back in jail because he got himself in some trouble in Florida, and then some outstanding warrants came for him. This guy's warrants were outstanding. This is days after he won the Powerball jackpot, right? Money changes people only so much. He won $167.3 million in the Kentucky Powerball, and he split it with his mom, and he is back behind bars after kicking a cop in the face.
Mm-hmm.
You know, back the blue. During a melee. Anytime the word melee is involved, I'm all in. You had me at melee. Because it could have been a Donnybrook. It could have been a flat-out fight. There could have been some
fisticuffs.
There could have been fisticuffs. This was a melee at an oceanfront hotel in Florida. So this guy, in his defense, he's celebrating, right? The only way that a Kentucky hill rod knows how to do it is by getting fit-chased and beating up a cop. Because, again, back the blue from these guys. He's a 50-year-old ex-con. James Farthing won $167 million in the Kentucky Powerball. And he was part of a, here it is, fracas. It was a melee and a fracas.
Wow.
I don't even know if these are legitimate charges. You know how they'll charge people with mischief?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they can charge people for, if it's an official charge of being involved in a fracas or a melee. He was at the Trade Winds Resort in St. Petersburg Beach. And he was up there with his girlfriend, down there with his girlfriend. Now, the girlfriend's name is Jacqueline Fightmaster.
Yeah.
His name is James Farthing. So Farthing and Fightmaster. Mornings on the Bronco. Sounds like a UFC podcast. Farthing and Fightmaster. So they won the Powerball, or they did a press conference for their Powerball win on Tuesday of this week. Tuesday in Kentucky. They announced the Powerball win. He's splitting it with his 77-year-old mother. He won in Lexington. He bought the winning ticket from Clark's Pumpin' Shop.
Oh, my God.
And Tuesday night, they do the press conference. He posed, obviously, with the oversized, comically large Powerball check. Him and his mom and his girlfriend. And then they decamp to Florida. Go down to Florida there, which was one day later. Gets into a fight with another guy, punches a guy in the face at the Trade Winds Resort, and the cops are called. Sheriff's deputy shows up to try to break it up, and Mr. Farthing, according to the body cam footage, was kicking the cop in the face. Because if there's one thing these guys do, it's back the blue. And so he kicked the cop right in the face repeatedly. The deputy ordered the guy to turn around, place his hands behind his back. Of course, he refused to do so and tried to flee on foot. He and the girlfriend were drunk. And she, Ms. Fightmaster, Fight Mistress would have been a more appropriate surname, but okay, you don't get to pick your family. They said that she was really drunk and yelling and screaming and making incoherent statements.
So
now this is a guy, obviously this is a guy who was already, he was doing this before he got rich. But now you got money and you're like, what's the worst that can happen to me?
Yeah. Pay for a good attorney now.
Well, you can afford the attorney. I don't know if he'll get off. They booked him for felony battery and, $10,000 bond, which is nothing. You give him $1,000 and you're walking down there in Florida. Trouble is, he violated his Kentucky parole. So now they're going to bring him back to Kentucky.
I have a nice little nest egg sitting there waiting for him when he gets out.
Yeah. He did 14 years in state prison for theft, stolen property, drug trafficking, escape, tampering with evidence, and engaging in an organized criminal syndicate. So this guy's got a jacket with the Bluegrass State. And he was paroled 10 years back, but he kept getting put back into custody for violating his parole. So anyway, he was...
a real gem of a human being.
His supervision was supposed to end this August, but now he is back in the Kentucky penal system. But you figure if you're sitting on, he split $167 million with his mom. There's simply no way to know how much money each of them got. But half that money, you're like, let's put this theory to the test. If you've got enough money, you can keep yourself from being incarcerated. But also, money doesn't change people really that much, right? It lets you, what do they say about being rich and famous? It doesn't turn you into an a-hole. It lets you be the a-hole you always were.
Yes, that's right.
With less reprisal.
If you're born one, you're going to die one.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you do in between.
That's right.
You're always going to be one.
That's the test. And so Farthing and Fightmaster are now contending with this. I have to wonder what the mom's thought is. The mom has the exact same amount of money he does, but she's living her best life. She's 77. She's going to be whiling away her golden years with her ne'er-do-well son back in the pokey. They're in Kentucky, getting in trouble down there in Florida after that big Powerball win.
I mean, if you had
It's not their fault.
If you had to guess what that guy looked like, it just like you just heard the story and they were like, describe him. That's the guy you would describe.
He looks exactly what you think he would look like.
I mean, it is completely on brand.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And, again, if you get $167.3 million, split it with your mom, you figure, let's get the hell out of town, honey. Let's have a good time. Let's have some fun. Sure. But you're going to party too hard. And you're going to get drunk. And you're going to kick a cop repeatedly in the face. Because, again, back the blue with those people. And
That's the sound of the police.
Yes, the party of law and order. And so they're not sure what's going to happen to this guy. But at least he can afford the best legal counsel. He can get himself the best lawyer in Lexington, Kentucky, Rob. I don't know who the best lawyer in Lexington is, but James Farthing will be able to afford him at this point.
Alan, I just want to let you know I don't turn the app off. I listen to the ads through the full break. I don't turn the app off. You're welcome.
Oh,
good for you.
Why is he saying you're welcome?
I don't know.
I don't get anything if you don't listen to the streaming ads, by the way. So I appreciate it. I like people to listen to this in its entirety. Sometimes that can be a challenge. Glitches aside, it can just be a challenge to listen to all of this. I know because I do it. You can turn it off. I can't. But thank you. I guess maybe he was prematurely saying you're welcome because he knew that I'd be grateful. But okay, there you go. Thank you, sir. I've got Breaking Benjamin tickets for you. I like these guys a lot, boy. They got me through my divorce 20 years ago. And maybe they'll get you through some tough times. They're co-headlining this Awaken the Fallen tour with Stained. They got Wage War and Lakeview, two other bands you don't want to sleep on, opening up for them. And it's a couple of weeks away. It's May 19th, as a matter of fact. It's 2 weeks from tonight. I keep thinking this show is in the summer, but it's not. It's right around the corner. 2 weeks from tonight, out at Blossom. And, of course, every time you win for me this week, I'm going to throw in these tickets so you can hang with us on Friday night. MMS doing an invite-only show to see the aforementioned Mammoth before they do arenas with Creed this summer. We got Wolfie Van Halen and the boys coming to do the Foundry over there in Old Brooklyn where they moved. But you got to win your way in. So WMMS.com will help you with that, or I can do it too. So 2 for Breaking Benjamin and Stained in a couple of weeks, and Mammoth this Friday night at the Foundry. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
discounted fuel, and prizes.
Rock icons, unleashed and on stage.
What song is it you want to hear?
Introducing iHeartRadio's Classic Rock Live.
What a wonderful evening.
Your front row pass to rock's most iconic live recordings, all commercial free. Hear the boss sing to the rafters.
Go out there.
Zeppelin set the stage on fire.
Give me bass, guitar.
And feel AC/DC bring the house down.
We got some rock and black for you, ready?
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Classic Rock Live, and make it a preset now.
Ozempic is expensive. Want to really lose your appetite? You've come to the right place. It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you here. About 10 minutes from now, 3:30. Next chance to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Still got a couple of weeks left on this. I think we're doing it through the 23rd, right? So if you have thus far struck out, there's no shortage of opportunities for you to grab some of that money. So last three keywords of the day will be here, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning with RMG. Guardians start up the series against the Washington Nationals. They're in D.C. They end up taking 2 of 3 over the weekend up in Toronto against the Blue Jays. And we'll see what they can do tonight. 6:45 is your first pitch here on WMMS. How are the Nats doing? They're okay, middle of the pack, 16-19 between Mets, Phillies, and Braves, Marlins. Fly, Marlins, fly. We were talking earlier to Scott Stapp about that Marlins song. And you did it for your kids, right? Why wouldn't you do that?
They get to go on the field and hang out. All Dad had to do was sing that song.
That's right.
Almost not worth it, but yeah, you know.
I think probably worth it.
I'm just kidding.
By the way, my White Sox, for people who are asking, remain the second worst team in baseball, but they have pulled slightly ahead of the god-awful Colorado Rockies, who only have 6 wins right now. At least the White Sox have got 10. Can you imagine that? This early in the season, and we hit double-digit wins? I don't think we hit double-digit wins until August last year. But congratulations to them. Guardians Nationals tonight, 6:45 on WMMS and also on the iHeartRadio app if you want to listen there. Did you watch the 100-year-old Iwo Jima veteran who sang the national anthem at the NASCAR race?
Missed that one.
A guy named Don Graves, which is an unfortunate name for a guy who's probably going to be in one soon, but he sang his ass off at the NASCAR event.
Anthem. Please welcome back 100-year-old Iwo Jima survivor, Corporal.
Welcome back, like Cotter.
Mr. Cotter.
Mr. Cotter.
I got a note.
Mr. Cotter, give it drugs.
Don Graves.
Welcome back, they say.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light?
Does he sound like Brian? We could have Brian sing the anthem.
Maybe that's him.
What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight.
It's pretty good. I mean, he's
It
reading,
is, but now
he's
I'm-
reading the lyrics, but now it sounds like Brian. I put Brian into your head.
All I hear is
Yes.
Brian.
The ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave?
Wow.
Whoa.
He's belting it out.
The land of the free and the home of
I like how he kind of put his own little zhuzh on it there, right?
Yeah, man.
Land of the fray. Land of the fray. Home of the bride. Yeah. They talk about people are getting their undies in a twist, as they should, because Trump wants to have a military parade for his birthday. They should have that guy sing the anthem, so Trump won't be the oldest guy there. This guy's 100 years old, singing the national anthem at the NASCAR. Don Graves is the guy's name. And he does, his cadence made me think of Brian. Yes. He calls in and says,
"Walk with me, sunshine, it's a skippity-doo-da-da-day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A."
I wonder if he would leave us a national anthem. Speaking of Brian, by the way, he was on fire this weekend. I look at my, I'm just looking at my notifications from my email. I go, why do I have 104 emails? Like, I'm pretty diligent with my emails. I'm kind of like a zero inbox guy. So at most, if I'm not paying attention, to my inbox, I have 15, 16, maybe something like that. I look down, like 104 emails. What the hell is that? It's because he left me about 24 voicemails between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Saturday. Wow. And then he left me about another 12 between 6 and 7 this morning. So it's feast or famine with him. And I went through them diligently, as I always do, and there wasn't a single one that jumped out at me like some of his normally do. But he was on fire this weekend. No doubt about it.
Anything good?
No, because I'm always listening for those lilts like he throws in. And if sometimes he's just singing a song straight, that's not going to make anybody laugh.
Right.
It's not going to be entertaining,
You know the day destroys the night. Night divides the day. Try to run, try to hide.
Break on through the other side. Break on through, break on through the other side.
I didn't want to blow my wad on Florida too early. We talked about the guy that won the Powerball and had some warrants out on him in Kentucky, so he's back up there in the Bluegrass State. But Florida, front and center this weekend. They are trying to warn people in Pinellas County in Florida. Where is Pinellas County? I've heard of it, but that would encompass what cities in Pinellas County? That's not where your mom lives, is it? She's in Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, so I think that's like Brevard.
Okay, so
like that.
Tampa St. Pete is Pinellas County.
Okay.
And they're trying to get people notified that there is a guy who is going to open houses in this metropolitan area that's trying to touch women's feet during these real estate showings. More than half a dozen women in the Tampa area have said that there is a guy trying to touch their feet when they're Boy, you thought the housing market was wild before down there in Florida. There are, and by the way, I don't envy, we watch a lot of forensic files at Casa Cox, and invariably there'll be 1 or 2 episodes each season about some female realtor who's going to show a house. Doesn't matter if it's usually the middle of the day. They're not going at night. But, if you're trying to sell a house and you're a realtor, you are trying to accommodate other people's schedules. And there'll always be some story about a woman who was going to show a house, and you don't know who's showing up. And some guy's like, yeah, I want to buy this house. He strangles her or kills her or something. So no wonder that these people are getting nervous. One realtor said that the man told her there was an ant on her foot before bending down and grabbing her shoe. Wow, that's pretty slick. Because if there were an ant on your foot, you'd feel it. You go, oh, just the tiniest thing, I would think, unless you've got nerve damage in your feet. She said, so he bent down and started unbuckling my shoe and caressing my foot, and I just thought that was really weird, she said. At the same time, he's fidgeting with his phone because I think he's trying to take some upskirt video.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah, they're really trying to let people know, keep an eye out for this dude there.
He pointed down at my feet and was like, oh, you have an ant on your shoe. And I was like, where, you know, and I'm frantic trying to get the ant off my shoe. And I'm like, where? And he's like, right there, right there. And he bends down and he starts unbuckling my shoe and caressing my foot. And I just thought that was really weird. At the same time, he's fidgeting with his phone, petting my foot, fidgeting phone. And I think he's trying to take some type of a video up my skirt. It was really alarming.
It's the season of love. Thanks for the gonorrhea.
You can't get foot gonorrhea, can you?
I don't know. I think anything's possible.
All right.
An open sore is an open sore, right?
Yeah.
We need more sluts.
Oh, Brian. How dare you? Another community in Florida is being terrorized by a man who's throwing groceries through the windows of homes. He's pelting people's homes at random. This is in the Port Charlotte area. And they identified the guy and they arrested him, but not before he did some damage.
God bless.
Oh, gesundheit. This guy was just taking grocery items and throwing them through people's windows. And obviously frightening them, freaking them out. 38-year-old Ernest Saintville was running around throwing meat and cans of corn through people's homes down there.
We threw it back in his yard a couple times, and he threw it back after a while.
I called the lady who lives there, because she lives in Canada, to explain that Earl had attacked her house again.
She just put $500 into repairing it, and the next week he threw stuff through the windows again.
Someday he's going to hurt somebody.
Most of us are senior citizens, and we're afraid to walk down our own street.
I mean, imagine you know who the guy is. They called him by his first name, Earls. E-R-L-Z is his first name, Earls. Oh, I called my friend in Canada who lives down here, but she was at home in Canada. I said, hey, Earls threw another can of corn through your window. Oh, really?
I thought she was talking about two guys named Earl.
The Earls are back, and they're throwing cans of corn through the window. You thought one Earl was dangerous enough. And because what's your follow-up question? Well, is it whole kernel? Is it sweet niblets? A la Hannah Montana? Canned corn. And why that?
I mean, I guess why not?
I guess.
Projectile's a projectile.
But boy, you want to talk about food waste. And deputies contacted all the victims. Said you heard the woman right there, just replaced the window, wanted to press charges against him because he's always throwing things in the neighborhood and at people. And as that woman said, this is a neighborhood of older people. It is Florida after a while. You know, you can't throw a can of corn in Florida without hitting an old person. And so they went to the house and found the guy, and he opened the door, and he kept saying, I plead the fifth. And then he said, you can't take me. But guess what they did?
I'm guessing they took him.
Took him. Yep. Took him and book him. And, yeah. Charges of throwing deadly missiles into dwellings. I love these charges. I didn't even think that was and criminal mischief. Ye old criminal mischief. I love me some criminal mischief. I've got $1,000 here for you. It is a chance for you to put some cash in your pocket, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Still plenty of chances to win, so I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Now, these are the kind of cases that really jump out at me because not only for obvious reasons, but because I always like to know the backstory. I always like to know what's going on in people's brains. I've maintained my childlike sense of wonder, Rob. I say this all the time. Doesn't make it any less true. So I'll just read you the headline, then we'll dig in. Man who cooked and ate human testicles in salad loses appeal. Now, at first I didn't know if they meant legally or if people just liked him less. After that, right? Like, conceivably, this could be a guy who's out there, he's on the apps, he's meeting people, whatever, and they're like, hey, he's a really nice guy. Seems to have a good relationship with his mother. That goes a long way. Got nice things to say. He's polite to the waiter. And then they find out that he cooked and ate human testicles in salad, and they don't like him so much. Turns out they meant legally. Although I can't imagine that this would help his dating appeal in the first place. Marius Gustafsson, I don't have to tell you, this is overseas. Marius Gustafsson also had his penis removed with a kitchen knife. This is a guy, he was the leader, they referred to him as the leader of an extreme body mod ring. People who they really want to do some different things to their bodies, and this guy wasn't screwing around. He looks at people who split their tongue or have studs put subdermally, and he goes, ha, 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 pikers, losers. How about you take off your penis with a kitchen knife? One that you haven't even sanitized. Anyway, he once had a testicle salad. He was jailed for life, 22 years. And because he was part of this ring, carried out male castration, penis removal, and other extreme procedures on people as young as 16. And he and a bunch of other people. And he wanted to appeal his conviction. And they said, no way. We think you should stay in there, not least of which because testicle salad. Now, how do you dress a testicle salad, I guess is my question.
I would assume with a very light dressing. You wouldn't want to mask the testicle.
Right.
Thinking you would want to do like maybe perhaps a vinaigrette of some type, maybe a lemon-based vinaigrette, I think would be fantastic with a testicle. If I were ever to try one.
Sure. I was thinking a balsamic.
Hey-oh!
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. They didn't really get into that. Obviously, these kinds of stories are focused on the legal end of things and the extreme nature of the story. But I want to know the little details. I'm more interested in the mortar than the bricks. And so I wish they had specified what kind of greens, because I envision him making the salad first and then going, I've got some testicles, right? Fry them up. Rocky Mountain oysters.
Mm-hmm.
When they come off an animal, it's a delicacy in parts of the country. You pull off an Appalachia, you pull into a diner in Boone, North Carolina, just to get yourself a nosh, it's going to be up there, handwritten on the blackboard. I've had them. Delicious. A little bit of cocktail sauce, BBQ, and you can do it.
You think he sliced them all fancy, nice,
this is what I think.
Chicken on a salad?
Did he julienne the carrots and then throw in slices of testicle?
I think he dressed it. I think he'd make it pretty. Presentation's key when you're eating testicles, I think.
But this is also a weird legal area because there have been cases around the world where people have voluntarily shown up to be killed. There was like a German guy. It's always German. The German guy years ago who had put an ad or something that he wanted to be killed and eaten by someone else. And another guy in that community obliged him. And then that guy got charged with murder because they're like, well, you can't prove it was consensual. I don't know if he had the guy on tape. I don't know what it was. But you do get into a weird legal area there where you have, now the case here is that you're dealing with minors, but other people, if they come to you and they go, I consent to have my testicles made into a salad, then where's the crime?
I think once you get to cannibalism, right? I think even if it's consensual, you're still...
Wait, so if I get a guy on video going, yes, my name, I'm of sound mind. I mean, you're not of sound mind and body. You're going to voluntarily give over your testicles. But, let's say I, so-and-so of sound mind and body, Gustav Fliegenschur, say that you can have my testicles. There's no crime in him taking them. I mean, they could charge you with practicing medicine without a license. There's all kinds of creative ways they can get you.
Yeah.
But if it's consensual, and let's say you don't eat the testicles, then where's the crime?
I guess you're right. But I think once you cross the testicle eating line.
Extreme body modification linked to a subculture where men become nullos. N-U-L-L-O-S. Short for genital nullification.
Oh, God.
I'm playing genital nullification on... Oh, no, we're not doing 2 hours to midnight this Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Genital nullification will be on the show next week by having their penis and testicles removed.
This guy did all kinds of stuff.
But by the way, he also made money because he would post the videos to a website called Eunuch Maker.
Oh
and he made 300,000 euro on these websites. He once cooked human testicles to eat in a salad and also froze his own leg so that it needed to be amputated, like liquid nitrogen or something. This is where you really got to give it up for these people because they're not shying away. They're like, hey, because there is a mental condition where people want their limbs amputated because they don't feel like they should have limbs. I'm not sure what that's called, but... like transgender people are like, I was not born in the right body. It's like that, but for people who go, I was not born in a body that should have 2 arms and 2 legs. Mm. So he froze his own leg so it needed to be amputated. He was linked to 29 procedures with other people, that there was clear evidence of cannibalism.
God.
Yeah.
So this guy...
And he would put body parts up on like dark web auction sites with a buy it now button. I don't know if I really want to go in on this yet. I want to see where the bidding goes first before I really put in a final bid on that testicle salad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly used penis.
Gently used.
Yeah.
Only on weekends.
Well, this guy, you can tell.
He was arrested at first after he used a red-hot iron to brand a man's calf with the letters EM for Eunuch Maker. And then the cops show up and they found a penis in one of his drawers 4 years after it had been amputated, and it was his. And he was charged with all kinds of terrible stuff.
And they videoed that too.
Mm-hmm.
The penis amputation.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's in jail missing a leg and a penis. How do you go to the bathroom?
Carefully.
Yeah.
Carefully.
Like you gotta sit, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I've heard of a lot of things. Testicle salad, that's a new one. That's a new one to me. But again, if it had come off an animal, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And man is just an animal.
Did yours come in a salad, or did you have, or were they just fried?
Mine were fried.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, they were fried. You can order them like you would order, what?
Like a mozzarella stick?
Yeah, like when the little Smokies are in the crock
pigs
pot
in a blanket.
when the little Smokies are in the crock pot of barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
It's about that size. Rocky Mountain oysters.
I don't know.
Delicious.
But knowing what it is, I don't know if I could eat it. I would try it, I guess, just because I always say you can't say you don't like something if you don't try it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd try it. Mm-hmm. But I just can't imagine that being a good flavor.
Deep fried bull testicles don't sound delicious to you.
No, but anything fried, you can mask the taste of something.
I had them in Canada. They call them prairie oysters up there, which I think I love that. But in Canada, I've had a horse, and they're much more kind of open-minded up there with culinary stuff. But yeah, they deep fry them and put them in some salt and pepper and give you some cocktail sauce.
And why just that? Like, why stop there? Like, why don't people eat sheep balls? And
they do.
They do?
In parts around the world, yeah. You get yourself a nice demi-glace and put in some sheep balls,
okay.
Prairie oysters.
All right.
Hey, you want to join us on Wednesday? We are back on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Second or third year we've done it, maybe. Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. If you've never joined us before, it is a blast. We take a little tour on the Cleveland Funny Bus through very interesting places around Cleveland. Local comedians are your tour guide. They're very funny, do great work. I'm just there to be your host and hang out and have some pops with you, but it's a blast. So Cleveland Funny Bus, you want to get tickets? You can look because they go very, very quickly. Funnybus.net for the details. But every Wednesday in May, we're going to do it, and I will have passes for you today and tomorrow. So if you want to join us, you and a pal, it's BYOB, or you can get inside. We leave from Collision Bend in the Flats and grab a drink first. Otherwise, be caller 10, and these tickets are for you. I will see you Wednesday night on the Cleveland Funny Bus with WMMS. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS. 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Alan Cox is the worst drive time personality I've ever heard.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Well, it's always nice to be recognized for something. Thank you, sir. 35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. Everything else. You want to score tickets to join us this Friday night doing a WMMS invite-only show with Mammoth at the Foundry, which their brand new location there at in Old Brooklyn on Pro Road. But there's only going to be a couple hundred of us there. Mammoth will be heading out on their arena tour opening for Creed this summer. And so it's a good opportunity to see them in a small venue. Great band, small venue. So Friday night, got to be invited to this. WMMS.com will have tickets for you to win, and then you can win them with anything you get from me this week. Whether it's for the Cleveland Funny Bus, we'll do more of those tomorrow. I got Pantera tickets in about a half an hour. Andrew Dice Clay, The Offspring, all coming very, very soon. And you can join us on Friday night. Rob's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Who else is coming?
I can't wait, man. I'm so excited.
A lot of fun. Rob and I checked out that new Globe Iron this past Friday night.
Cool venue, man.
It's a great venue. It's not where I thought it was. I thought it was in kind of that main building there where the Improv used to be over there by Nautica. But it's over across the lot there from McCarthy's. Between Center and Main, I think is where it is. No, it's great.
Yeah, it's really, really
very,
nice.
very cool venue. So, and now that May, that was kind of the grand opening show on Friday night. A lot of people were there. A lot of good bands playing, but they are going full tilt boogie with bands now. So, a great new venue in Cleveland.
It sounds great too for it being as wide open as it is. Like I thought maybe you'd get some issues with the sound, but it sounded great.
Sounded real good. Not as cavernous as one might expect.
No.
And a place like that.
Alan, Dave from Mentor. Hey, so you guys were talking about Andrew Dice coming in August on Friday, and somebody asked me if I wanted to go, but what do you think he's going to do? Like, he's going to do his old stuff, or is he going to, like, try to be funny? Because I don't think he's got, like, new material that's going to be any different than what it used to be. I just wasn't sure if you had any ideas, but, yeah, that's all I got. Peace.
Peace. I got my Dice tickets. I'll have them for you here on the show around 4:40 all week. I can't imagine Andrew Dice Clay is going to do his act from 1990. I mean, he is a working comedian, so he's writing material.
Yeah, he'll definitely
and
have
working it out. Yeah, I mean, so it's what Andrew Dice Clay obviously has always contended with is people yelling out that they want to hear nursery rhymes, right? I mean, just a few years after he's doing Madison Square Garden, it's people yelling out. It's like when you'd go to Gaffigan's show for a while and people would yell out Hot Pocket. You kind of become, it's a double-edged sword to have a signature bit because there are so many shared ideas in comedy, premises and things like that are just out there in the ether, that if you end up with a signature bit, you can end up kind of becoming a victim of your own success, where you don't even want to do it anymore because people know it.
Right.
The crux of comedy is supposed to be the surprise. And if people are doing the joke before you do, so on the one hand, it's like it's great that you have this hunk of material that people love so much, but on the other hand, it's not any fun anymore if everybody sees it coming.
The last time I saw Dice, he did a new 45, and then he closed with the nursery rhyme.
That's what I assumed it would be. You have to. People are going to see you because they remember you from then. So there has to be a nod to that.
Yep.
It'd be like going to see a band you love and they play nothing but new material.
Right.
So Dave, that's what I would think. I would. I don't know anything about what he's going to do, and I immediately bought 2 tickets. So I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Because I love Andrew Dice Clay. Have you been reading, Rob, about they're trying to track down who they think is a serial killer in New England?
No. I sorry, thought you were. Still can't get that one down. I don't know when you're asking me a question.
I know.
No, I have not seen that one.
Authorities address rumors about a suspected serial killer in New England. 6 bodies in the last couple of months strewn across 3 New England states. Now, what are the New England states? As a resident, you'd know.
Massachusetts, Connecticut, Vermont, New Hampshire, Rhode Island.
I'm sorry, Rhode Island is not a state in New England.
Notice I saved it for last.
Okay, so those are your yeah, and so obviously the state police and the people who are on the trail of this person, they're trying to tamp down unsubstantiated rumors, but that's really, really hard to do because some information had been shared in a Facebook group, and so the conspiracy theories blow up, and other people with, unsubstantiated information, and then the people who are doing the investigation have to fight against that. And so the actual investigators, the people who aren't just sitting behind their laptop, are concerned that all this conjecture and unverified details are going to make their way into the public bloodstream.
I mean, I will say, just looking at where they're finding these bodies,
yep,
I can see why people think that. I mean, all of these areas, with the exception of like Springfield and Taunton, are very, very close together.
The Narragansett Police Department, is that Rhode Island?
Yep.
Is that a seaside community?
Sure is.
Okay.
It's on the beaches.
State and local police alerted the FBI in search with cadaver dogs in the case of a missing Connecticut woman. But they took a guy into custody, but they're not certain if this is the guy that they're ultimately looking for. A woman named Suzanne Wormser, her remains were found in a suitcase near a cemetery. Now, that's just laziness, right?
Or common courtesy.
You're going to take it to a cemetery and not bury it.
Well, I mean, it's
You're going to
there.
put her in a suitcase and then just put it near a cemetery?
Well, to your point about bagging your own groceries, this guy maybe thinks the same way. It's like, I'm just going to leave this here, let these people take care of the remains, but I've already bagged it up for him.
Well, wait, but he put it in a suitcase. You either throw it in the ocean or you bury it. It's a cemetery.
He didn't want to do their job.
Wow. Nobody wants to work anymore.
Supporting the local economy, Alan.
But he's not a job creator.
Well, it sounds like he might be.
Oh.
Got to dig the hole. Somebody's got to dig the hole, Alan.
And they never dig it deep enough. You'd think, they go, they found the body in a shallow grave. Now, digging a hole is harder than a lot of people realize. Digging a hole in which you hope to conceal a body, that's going to be a lot of work. Obviously, you don't want to get found.
Yeah, you get to 3 feet and you're like, all right, that's enough.
Well, that's the thing. But they always find a body in a shallow grave. That's what jams a lot of people up. If you took, now again, a lot of these people, this is not well thought out. These are not criminal geniuses doing this in the first place. But they still have 5 other people whose whereabouts are still unknown. A woman from West Islip, New York, Plymouth, Mass, a woman from New Haven, Connecticut, a woman from Foster, Rhode Island.
Foster.
Where's Foster?
Foster, Gloucester. Got to say them together.
Foster, Gloucester, Rhode Island.
Yeah.
And an unidentified person from Killingly, Connecticut.
Which is right over the line.
Okay. That is over the line. You should never murder anyone.
The line into Connecticut. I apologize.
Oh, the state line.
Yes, the state line.
Killingly, Connecticut. So, the police are always like, there's a lot of misinformation. People need to use critical thinking skills. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't even say it with a straight face. But they are out there trying to determine if they have a serial killer on the loose in New England.
I mean, again, if it was like, yeah, they found a couple of bodies in New Hampshire and a couple in Rhode Island, okay. But this is a pretty concentrated area. Like Foster might be the town over from Killingly in Rhode Island. Like it's that close. Like they're all within miles.
Now, is Maine part of New England or no?
Yes, sir.
It is.
Yep. Didn't I say Maine?
I don't think that you did.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. That's why I'm clarifying. So Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont,
Massachusetts,
Rhode
Connecticut,
Island,
Rhode Island,
and not New York.
Not New York. Oh, Jesus, no. No.
You are not part of New England.
No.
All right.
Did I forget Maine? Wow. Okay.
Connecticut. You might have forgotten Maine.
My bad.
Because we have bureau chiefs in Portland
and
Camden.
Yeah, I'm very well aware that's part of New England. I spent most of my childhood on summer. We'd go up there in the summer.
I'm right here, my coworker at St. Mary's Lewiston Medical Center. We're phlebotomists.
We're phlebotomists.
Phlebotomists.
From Lewiston. I mean, Wikipedia calls it a state in the New England region, the northernmost state in the contiguous United States. Contiguous, Rob, means like if somebody's sick, they can give it to someone else.
Yes, that's what I thought. That's how, at least, see, that's the problem is that's like how I spell.
Uh-huh.
So that probably is. I'd be like, here it is. The contagious United States.
We're keeping you home from school today because you might be contiguous.
That's about right.
Now, listen. The state bird of Maine is the black-capped chickadee, and I only know this because I'm watching a Netflix show called The Residents, where the main character is a hardcore birder, not a hamburger like the president likes. B-I-R-D-E-R.
I believe their call, the bird call of chickadee, is their name.
Chickadee.
They just go like chickadee.
Is that what it is?
I think so. You just said that, and for some reason that just popped into my head.
Chickadee. Is that how they got the name?
That's what that maybe. I don't know, but it just popped out of nowhere. Something I remember from being a kid.
The black-capped chickadee.
Species are quite rare any distance outside of their mapped range.
Outside? All right, you lost me at outside, but now I know where you're coming from.
This channel will be down in the description. Appearance, believe it or not. And their back has a more of an olive shade.
What do they sound like?
The wings of blackcaps have darker feather centers with more contrasting white edges.
What do they sound like?
The secondary creates a more contrasting upper
What do
side
they
than
sound
Carolina's.
like, ma'am?
There is white edgings in Carolinas too, but this white
These birds are always edging. They never come to completion.
Appears more silver.
What do they
gray,
sound
or
like?
A more reliable mark than the secondary edges.
Ma'am.
Bottom line though,
Hello?
Carolinas don't have nearly
Hello,
as
ma'am.
much contrast as seen in blackcaps. So this is a pretty dependable way.
It's like she's not even listening.
Doesn't even hear what
ma'am,
you're saying.
what do they sound
The
like?
white area looks clean and bright all the way to
Hello,
the edge of
ma'am.
the upper back gray as it goes back toward the nape.
Ma'am.
Miss.
Excuse
me, miss.
Black-capped, this line is more uneven.
See,
giving
some
the
people, when
parameters
they get so laser focused on these dumb birds and they can't tell me what they sound like. What is the difference?
birds and the more southern ones.
Okay. Oh.
Blackcaps are typically larger.
Okay.
Back to it.
What do they sound
blackcaps
like?
That live in far northern parts
Hello?
of measuring
She gave you one
head
little.
proportionately.
Maybe they're saving
They are
it for.
fluffier, too.
All right. I was going to ask which one's fluffier.
Calls and songs.
Oh!
The typical songs differ. Blackcapped whistles CB or CBE. The first note higher and the second part sounding either one or two syllabled. It is very
Now,
simple.
that don't sound like
compared
chickadee to me.
Carolina's
The first one did.
four-syllable
CBD?
CB, C-Bay, with the first and third syllables sounding very high-pitched.
Yeah, all right. Wow, imagine being that into birds where you do a video and someone's clearly talking to you and you just utterly ignore them. You completely ignore someone trying to avail themselves of your knowledge.
Excuse me, miss. Could you please just let me know what the call sounds like?
Mm-hmm.
Just not even. You don't even exist. She's that into it.
Tweet.
Every bird, that's what they say.
Yeah.
That robin finally stopped flying into my window.
Oh, it quit?
It was like 2 weeks every day.
It finally drank the antifreeze you put out for it?
I shot him. No, he finally stopped. I think I overdid it with a shotgun. But he did.
Yeah.
No, he just went away as fast as he showed up.
The
He was
kid
gone.
is back on the elevator. Honey, I got him. Was that our picture window that I just heard? But yes, but I got him. He's not going to fly into our window anymore, honey, because I took care. Dad, what the hell's going on down here? Honey, get back in your room, all right?
It's a little glass down here.
Daddy's doing some birding right now.
Did you have to use a slug?
He's out in the front yard, I think, honey. I think I might. Oh, I've finally got him. All right.
It's driving me nuts for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Wouldn't stop. I didn't know what else to do. I did everything that they said online.
Yeah.
Nothing worked.
What did they say to do online?
You gotta
Get out
try
the shotgun.
to cover the cover the reflection, because he's being predatorial. So like they said to like take bar soap and go over the window with bar soap. So I did that. That didn't work. I put a thing in the window. I never put anything
like
on
a
the
scarecrow,
outside,
like a robin scarecrow,
no, like paper. You know what I mean? So you couldn't. I thought that would be it, but yeah, no, it didn't. The only thing I didn't do, I didn't put anything on the outside other than the soap. So maybe I should have just put something on the outside of the window. But what a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Alan, the best way to bury a body is vertically. You got to chop it up, do a bit of karate, get a post hole digger, go down several feet, and boom. Because the police use ultrasound tech to search for body-sized holes. P.S. I'm not speaking from experience.
Yeah, right.
Oh, good. I mean, that does make sense. It's a big old deep hole, drop a body in it, except you got to dig way deeper. But, again, the point is to not get caught.
You rent an auger and pre-dig.
Yep.
Get that thing built in time and plan ahead.
Excuse me, do you have the permits for that? Or I got a fence going up around here.
And fill it with concrete, I would say, if you were going to do that. I would, again, not speaking from personal experience, but I think if you're going to make that hole, you fill it with concrete and stick a post in it and build something around it.
I mean, the mob figured it out for decades.
Correct.
Right? Cement shoes. They just drop you in the East River, and you were good to go. Hey, want to go see Pantera? Phil Anselmo, Zach Wilde, Rex Brown, Charlie Benante behind the drums, and coming to Cleveland. Oh, that's going to be a show, boy. That's going to be a rager. With special guest Amon Amarth and a wild band called Snafu, if you're not hip to them. It's end of July, the 23rd. It's a Wednesday night out at Blossom. Weekend after incarceration, by the way. So a good handful of days there if you're a metal fan. And I will throw in tickets to join us this Friday night, a WMMS invite-only show. Mammoth, Wolfie Van Halen's band, big band. We got it set up at the Foundry in Old Brooklyn. So you'll be part of a very small group of people to see that show. So 2 for Mammoth this Friday night, and then we'll set you up to see Pantera out at Blossom July 23rd. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
We should see partly cloudy skies before another round of showers and storms this afternoon and evening. Highs for your Monday in the upper 50s to low 60s. Overnight lows tonight in the 50s. More showers and storms tomorrow with a high of 64.
This report is sponsored by Guardian Alarm.
For a limited time, call Guardian Alarm for your home security system and get a free smart floodlight camera along with free installation. Don't DIY. Call Ohio's #1 security company today at 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Time for a new AC?
Just call sales! Just call sales!
At Petiti. Hi, I'm AJ Petiti. The famous BOGO hanging basket sale is back at all Petiti garden centers. Shop our entire selection of annual hanging baskets at buy one, get one free. Petiti's, celebrating our 10th location, now open in Bath Township.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on
free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
The Alan Cox Show.
Alan, it says here that you call yourself one of the few gay goat farmers in the great state of Tennessee.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This bed is on fire with passion and love. The neighbors complain about the noises above, but she only comes when she's on top. My therapist said not to see you no more. She said you're like a
Everybody remembers this song, yeah? Do people remember who did the song?
I do. I don't know if everyone does.
The song's just called Laid. And the band, terrible name, they're just called James. You want to really... This is another one of these bands that was... This is their big hit in the U.S. They were a pretty big deal everywhere else. British band.
I love this song.
They got like a dozen people in the band. Yeah, but this was their big hit, like 30 years ago, this song Laid. And I think they were hoping that they would take America by storm. That didn't really happen. But they were a big, big deal. UK, and, well, they're touring the U.S. for the first time in 15 years. So if you're a James fan, you might be somebody who goes a little deeper than just Laid. You might scoff at people who only know Laid. But obviously they have to play like that album, you know, its entirety. And they're coming to Cleveland. They're going to play that Globe Iron. We were just talking about brand new venue. Rob and I went to the opening show on Friday night, and it was a lot of fun. The Damned are playing there tonight. Mushroom Head was there on Saturday. It's just like boom, boom, boom. And James is going to play September 17th. That's a Wednesday night at the Globe Iron. So if you dig them, they're doing Riot Fest in Chicago, and, you know, they're doing some other kind of dip-in shows, but they'll play Globe Iron.
Was it all this type of stuff?
What's that?
Acoustic sounding.
No, not all of it, but I mean along these lines, yeah. But by the time, I think they had designs on being as big in America as they were in the UK and elsewhere, and it just didn't happen for them. But performing their album Laid in full for the first time ever. That's how you get people to pay attention. You go, you like this song, don't you? Yeah, well, we're going to play that whole record for you.
Just play it like 5-6 times, call it a day. You know what I mean?
Well, you always hear these stories about bands when they were first getting going, you know, bands that would eventually become massive bands. And they always tell the stories about when they were starting out. They're like, we barely had any songs. We'd start our set with our hit, and we'd end with our hit.
Yep.
I'm like, I never once saw, and I know it happens, obviously, but anecdotally for me, I never once saw a band play their hit twice.
Saliva. Click, click,
Really?
boom. Open and closed.
Really?
Yep.
We had Saliva when I was on in Pittsburgh. We used to do a Christmas show every year called Kick-Ass Christmas. And my first year there was in 99. And it was like 3 bands each night in 3 different locations. And because it was 1999, it was all bands that were blowing up then. And so the one night we had Saliva, Static X, and Seven Dust.
Jesus.
And, right. For fans of the letter S, by the way, it was a huge night. But it was great. You were seeing all 3 of those bands as they just blew up. And Saliva didn't do click, click, boom twice.
Well, they did when I saw them.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
No, you must have seen them before. Weren't they from Memphis or something? Did you see them?
I don't know. I saw them it was on somebody's tour. They were support early in the day, too. It might have been like an Ozfest even.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Open and close. Yeah, they're from Memphis. Open and close with click, click, boom.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, I never saw, you know, and that's not an uncommon thing. You know, they're like, we didn't have a lot of songs. If you were lucky enough to have a hit, if you were lucky enough to have a song people knew. Otherwise, you're padding your set with covers. And they had a couple of hits. Josie Scott's a good songwriter. Whether you like the band or not, the guy knows how to write a song. But anyway, if you're into the band James, maybe some people are very proud of their offsides musical taste. James will tour North America for the first time in a decade and a half. And they'll come to Cleveland, play that brand new. They're only doing 17 cities. They're going to play at the Globe Iron here in Cleveland on September the 17th. I hope people don't have to. I was watching one of these air traffic controllers talk about how you thought it was scary flying before. They're like, they're so chronically understaffed with air traffic controllers because of the amazing, amazing job that the current administration is doing. One of the air traffic controllers there at Newark Airport was speaking to someone on condition of anonymity, and they said, do not fly into Newark if you can help it. Now, we've all been abiding by that principle for as long as air travel has been part of our lives. Any opportunity you have to not fly into Newark is a good one. Even when you're in the air, you can smell it.
Oh, yeah.
But this air traffic controller says it's not safe. Do not fly into Newark. It's not a safe situation for the flying public right now.
That I would sit in Newark forever.
Yeah, that old lady didn't want to sit in Newark forever. Avoid Newark at all costs. It's the second busiest airport in the New York City metro area. Now, that I didn't know. I thought it was JFK, LaGuardia. I mean, Teterborough's in there too, but that's PJ's, I think, coming in and out. It's like Burke. But they've been drowning in delays and cancellations for days because they're just chronically understaffed.
Is JFK busier than LaGuardia?
I thought that it was.
LaGuardia is busy. I mean, that's a busy airport.
Yeah. Well, then
maybe you're right.
LaGuardia, JFK. I thought those were the top two, but it says that Newark is the second busiest.
I just flew through there.
Through Newark?
Yeah. They redid a couple of those concourse. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, really nice now.
Aren't they doing that here? Isn't that a big deal?
Yeah,
over
they're
at
adding some stuff,
Hopkins?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is much needed.
Over the next couple of years, Newark had 49 million people come through last year. And they've lost 20% of their air traffic controllers in recent weeks. That's a really high-stress job, and it always has been, compounded by the fact that, forget the staffing, you'd be blown away by how they don't update the technology that frequently. You know, one of my best friends, his dad was an air traffic controller at O'Hare for like 30 years. And, you know, by the time he retired, he's drinking like a gallon of whiskey a day.
You're right. JFK is busier than LaGuardia.
JFK.
Yep.
That was a shot in the dark. The situation at Newark has grown so dire that United Airlines, which uses Newark as its East Coast hub, is canceling 35 flights a day to try to keep it safe. They said Newark cannot handle the number of planes scheduled to be operating there. The current transportation secretary, of course, a Fox News guy, is trying to hire a bunch of new people by dangling some signing bonuses in front of them. But one of the air traffic controllers, do not fly into Newark if you don't have to. And consider that.
Well, they said they also lost. Did you see the radar and communications? They lost for 90 seconds. It was back in April. But completely offline for like 90 seconds. They couldn't see any planes, what was going on. They couldn't talk to anybody, so they had no idea what was going on for a minute and a half.
It's like the first 15 minutes of like an action movie, right?
So scary.
Air Force One, where Gary Oldman he puts on a mustache to get on the president's plane or whatever. Alan, I saw Limp Biscuit at Sonic Temple last year. They opened and closed with break stuff.
See, that's weird for them.
Every time I've seen them in the past 5 years, they've opened and closed. How many times are you going to see Limp Biscuit, by the way? With all due respect, if you've seen them, you've seen them. That feels like a troll, though, too, because Limp Bizkit's gotten to that point where, like, they don't give a crap.
No.
And good for them, you know.
But they have so many hits. I can't imagine opening and closing with that song.
That's what this person says. Listen, it's all about the he said, she said bull shrimp. They know that. They were playing when we were waiting for the bands to go on at Globe Iron on Friday. They had a dude up on stage who I did not envy at all.
Nope.
Because he was theoretically hosting the proceedings or whatever, and they had put him up there, I think, to try to kind of get people going, because it's an unenviable task, if you've got to get a crowd kind of in the mindset of, hey, there's going to be a show here, it's going to be loud, but he was just basically playing like Limp Biscuit and all these different songs, and then trying to get people worked up, right?
Yeah.
For the music.
Yeah.
And I'm so used to hearing break stuff edited for the radio that when I hear it unedited, I'm like, oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that, like, whoa.
Yeah, for a second I go, oh, yeah. There's a lot of salty language there from Frederick Durst. But, yeah. But I didn't envy that guy at all.
No, that was rough.
I tagged the bands. I don't know if I told you this. I tagged the bands in my post because I'm familiar with the bands, a lot of local metal bands, and he DM'd me and was kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, hey, you didn't tag the best performer of the night. And I get where he's coming from, but I didn't know who he was, and I didn't, so I wouldn't have even known how to find him to tag him. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to leave anybody out, but I did not envy him.
No.
At all.
No.
Because, listen, we've all been up there on stage trying to get people whipped into a frenzy, and sometimes you can do it, and sometimes you can't. People, by and large, they want to be left alone.
There just wasn't enough people.
And it's our job to get in people's faces.
There wasn't enough people there yet for him to do what he was doing. You know what I mean? Like, if there were 100 people standing up front, okay. But there was like 7 people at that point just kind of like looking at him doing what he was doing.
Well, that close to the stage there were. We were all kind of hanging back,
right.
and kind of, it was a point in the evening where you were still kind of taking in the venue. And there's people in line getting drinks and things like that. So that's what I mean. I didn't envy that guy.
Not in the least.
He did the best job he could do given the circumstances, I guess.
Correct.
And better him than me.
Oh, yeah.
Because, again, we've all been in situations like that where you're trying to get everybody to come up front.
Well, why not just say like, hey, everybody, you come up front.
Yeah. Come on, let's do the safety dance.
Hey, everyone.
Bro.
Come on up.
That's right.
Plenty of space up in front of the stage here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
But, people are talking amongst themselves, and they're just kind of, you and I were, we were hanging back or, shooting the breeze and having a couple of pops, waiting for the bands to go on. I wasn't going to go stand there and put my chin on the lip of the stage.
Mm-mm. We were still like 50 feet away. It's not like, you know what I mean? People were still getting drinks and stuff like that. So I just think for what that was, I think you probably just could have run some music for a minute and then been like, hey, what's up, y'all? Come on up.
I guess so. But they threw him out there, and I think he did the best he could do given the circumstances.
Some killer rock dance moves, man. He was in it.
You got to get people, again, it's not easy whipping people into a frenzy.
Mm-mm.
Not everybody wants to be whipped into a frenzy or anything else. Some people you can whip them into something short of a frenzy. Frenzy, that's a tall order. I need you to whip these. That's the band's job, by the way. And there are a lot of these kind of metal-ish bands, right? Where they're playing heavy music, but they're not Cannibal Corpse.
Right.
Short hair, good-looking guys, white T-shirts, that kind of thing, right? Frontman's kind of cute. So you're going to bring, these are the kind of metal bands that bring chicks out. So it was a much more kind of, diverse audience than you might get at some of those shows. But the venue's great, bands were good, and it was a lot of fun. Chef recommends.
It was really cool.
Yeah. Here's $1,000 right here. It's courtesy of the Buzzer Bookie shot for you to put some money in your pocket. Last couple of chances today, and we'll start it all over again tomorrow. So good luck. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. 5:30 will be your last chance to win today. Did showing the rat video, or is that just something for our eyes only?
Every single time I get them, I watch it before I send it to you, just in the event that that's the one where it happens,
where he whips it out.
It's gonna. I was almost positive again. That's where it was going this time. Maybe he just has too much respect that he's not going to do it. But my God, does it feel like he's going to do it.
Rat is such a loose cannon. He's such a live wire that you don't, when you think he's going to zig, sometimes he zags.
Yeah, it was.
And it is a perfectly harmless video, but it's just kind of him. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's at home or he's got his peace sign sweats on.
Yeah. Yeah, nice guy. No question about it.
Because when we talk to him on the phone, we can have conversations with him.
I was just waiting.
When he sends video, right, you get the sense that maybe something's going to pop out.
Yeah.
Like a Lenny Kravitz or something.
And then he started like doing the twerking, like it got...
Yeah.
And he was showing off his good humping moves. Like there was
Yes.
a lot of things happening there.
Listen, Rat's got moves. Nobody is arguing that.
Mm-hmm.
I was just waiting with bated breath. I thought he was working up to those pants coming all the way down.
Or just one like pull like the Austin Powers breakaway pants.
Right.
And just there it is.
Maybe this is...
Mini Rat.
Maybe it's 1 or 2 or 3 in a series of videos. Maybe that's what it is. But he sends them to Rob. He doesn't send them to me. So that means that you have a special place.
He knows I'm the keeper. Like I'm gonna get this to Alan.
But he could just as easily send it directly to me.
Maybe he'd think you wouldn't look at it or something.
Well, now we've all looked at it.
Been a long time, lad. Here's to your dad and to good shows. Rat, little radio buddy.
Mm-hmm.
See? Like even gave a nod to my dad. Cool stuff. Nice guy. I'm just waiting for that thing to come out.
Little radio buddy.
Little mini rat.
Poop. Did you see this old dude at the Dairy Queen who flipped out because his order was taking too long, so he goes behind the counter? And these teenage dudes, this is East Liverpool, Ohio. Is that out by Youngstown? Where's East Liverpool?
I think it's...
I've heard of it, but it's...
Right before Pennsylvania, I think.
It's right on the river there. So, yeah. Yep. South of East Palestine. A man arrested after altercation at East Liverpool Dairy Queen is the story. And some dude... mad that his order is taking too long, and he goes, and you got to think these teenage dudes they cannot wait. They're looking for a reason to kick ass.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy gave it to them. They just wail on this dude.
Every jag-off customer they weren't allowed to go after.
Incident at a Dairy Queen in East Liverpool where police say a man walked into the kitchen and assaulted an employee over a food order. It's where we begin News 9 at 6. I'm Jamie Baker.
And I'm Bill Steinbach. News 9 Hannah Hayes heard from the employee herself and co-workers who witnessed it all.
A Dairy Queen employee in East Liverpool was assaulted by an angry customer, which prompted a police response and ultimately an arrest.
All right, so he hauls off on the first kid, right? And then the other dudes come in and just start slamming this guy's head into the grills and the thing. Manager comes in, tries to pull him off, but at this point they are juiced up, boy. You can't blame them. It's the most exciting thing to happen at the East Liverpool Grill and Chill in a long time. Woo!
It happened
Hell
around
yeah. She's got her
4:30
Blizzard
p.m. on
t-shirt.
Wednesday, April 30th at the Dairy Queen
Got him in
on
a
West
headlock.
8th Street. Employees say the suspect had waited a while for his food due to a shift change, but instead of calmly reminding staff, they said he became aggressive.
He went inside, had some words back and forth, decided that wasn't good enough, went around the counter and then assaulted the female that was in the back preparing the food.
Workers say the female employee tried to de-escalate the situation, but the man's temper only grew.
In retaliation.
I like how the first girl just gets out of the way.
Yeah.
The girl that's right there with the headset. The guy comes around the corner. And
Workers say the female employee tried to de-escalate.
She just gets out of the way.
Excuse me?
Yep. Let me clear a path for you, sir. Oh, God.
She
these
bumps into the
douchebags.
rolling hot dogs,
Yes.
too. She backs up. Those hot dogs on the rollers get banged.
And the dudes come out of the woodwork to kick this dude's ass. 61-year-old somebody. Wicker? I don't know. There's a bunch of names in here. Wicker. Somebody Wicker.
You have to just be so hangry to just flip like that.
Let me say this. Grill and chill, pretty goddamn good. It's way better than it has to be. I'll say that.
Been a long time since I've had that.
Woof. This is 4:30 in the afternoon. So, yeah, this guy gets back there and starts. James Wicker of Wellsville was the guy who was doing that. He's been accused of attacking some retail workers.
It's great to watch that, too. Just those kids just be like, you know what? No.
Of course. Like, get out of here, bro. Calm down. And everybody's armed, so they have no indication that he's not.
He beat his ass.
We're in a kitchen. There's knives. There's hot grease. Somebody could have had a gun, said one of the employees. We never know. I didn't want anything to escalate, so I just said, you're going to sleep. That was the guy that put him in a headlock.
Headlock, yeah.
You're going to sleep. Yeah, you are. You old douche. Hey, want to go see Andrew Dice Clay? That's a terrible transition, but it's what you get. Andrew Dice Clay has announced an August 10th date here in Cleveland at the world-famous Agora. That's a Sunday night. I'll be there. You should be, too. I'll also be at the Foundry this Friday night. We'll all be there for the WMMS invite-only show with Mammoth. You got to win your way into that. Wolfie Van Halen's band. So I'll throw you a couple of tickets for that, and then 2 for Dice, August 10th at the Agora. Good luck. 216-578-1007 for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
I've been listening to that horse shit of yours for months, and you can take that crap and blow it out your ass. And for good measure,
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Another phenomenal composition from DJ Jake C, who has contributed no small number of
so good.
No small number of songs to this program over the years. You said it was his birthday today?
It is his birthday.
The big 3-0?
I don't know. He's one of those dudes, like when you look at him, he could be 30, could be 45. He just has that look. You can't tell, which is a great thing. Look like me, I just look older than I am.
Happy birthday, Jake. Thank you, pal. I saw him last when I went to go see the FM Project, that Steely Dan tribute band.
Yeah.
Ran into a lot of people there. I saw Duke, but I didn't talk to him. I don't know that he saw me. That was at Collision Bend a few weeks back. And Collision Bend, by the way, where we take off for the Cleveland Funny Bus. And we are back on it every Wednesday in May. Cleveland Funny Bus with yours truly as your host. I am not your tour guide. The Funny Bus, great thing about it is they have very funny local comics who act as your tour guide. And so they do a very good job with that. I'm just there to kind of host and have fun with you guys. And but I will have more tickets for you to win tomorrow, and then we go out Wednesday night. But if there are any remaining for this week's Funny Bus, you can go to funnybus.net. And I don't know how much time in advance you can buy for other Wednesdays, but if you can come hang with us this Wednesday night, it's going to be a lot of fun. But we leave from Collision Bend.
So what do you are you doing it in June? Because my wife's birthday's coming up in June on a Wednesday, and I was wondering if perhaps you guys would be doing it in June as well.
Rob, I'll tell you what I told that other guy, that as of now, just May.
But it's my wife's birthday, you see, and I'm trying to figure out what it is that we should do for her birthday. And seeing as though you're going to be doing that on Wednesdays in May, I figured perhaps we could do it again in June, so that way you could be on the bus when my wife was there for her birthday.
Tell you what, I'll tell you what I told that guy who called earlier. Just in May. At this point, who knows? Maybe there'll be such a massive influx of people whose wives have birthdays Wednesdays in June that we'll do the Alan Cox Show Funny Bus Wife Birthday Tour Wednesdays in June.
For dudes who have wives with June birthdays.
Yeah. So that is that's what we're going to do Wednesdays in May. June, I don't know. But as of now, just May, sir. Still, I hope you find something to do amazing with your wife. So DJ Jake C's birthday. Also, by the way, I wanted to shout out one of our colleagues here at iHeart Cleveland is Pat Butler. This guy not only is, he's most recently one of my co-hosts for our metal show. We do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight, and it's me, and it's Corey Roddick, and it's Pat Butler. Pat Butler, we got an email this morning. They were doing a big thing for him over there. He's been with iHeart and Total Traffic, because he does traffic in the afternoon for TAM and in the morning. You hear him all the time. For 25 years. Now, I thought that he was 22 years old, so I'm blown away by this, right? 25 years. Started out as Carmen Angelo's intern.
Oh, Jesus.
Imagine that.
Imagine that job.
That means that Carmen Angelo's been here for 30 years, probably.
Hey, I'm going to go outside and rip a dart. Can you go ahead and pull my music for me?
Carmen, how you doing? If I was any better, I'd be twins.
Hey, I'm gonna go outside. The sun's shining. I'm gonna coat myself some marinara.
Oh,
I love Carmen.
he's the best. So Pat Butler has really been a jack of all trades here at iHeart Cleveland for many. The 2 hours to midnight is just the latest feather in his cap, if you can even call it that. That's the least impressive thing on his CV, is slumming it with me and Corey. And he's a funny dude. He's bone dry, which I like. Bone dry, waddle needle.
Hell bent to find a nicer guy too.
Very nice. Well, I saw him on Saturday, right? So I was hosting at Hilarities on Saturday night for the Kevin Nealon shows. And in between the shows, they were kind enough to set me up with dinner in the restaurant. And I talked to Nick Costas and his lovely daughter, Dina, and I was talking to Scott from it. It was a great night. Now, I thought I was going to be doing more. I was just hosting. I just did a thing up top, and I thought it was going to be kind of back and forth. Our friend Mike Paramore, who is an alum of the Alan Cox Show comedy tour, he was opening. But Kevin Nealon was very much under the weather. And so I didn't even go back to talk to him because I'm like, I didn't want to bother him, but there was no. So I went up at the very top of each show. While I'm having dinner, I see Pat come in through the, because people come in through the restaurant and then they go back to the comedy club. And I was like, oh, I'm going to shout Pat Butler out on stage. But then when I got up there, I'm like, I didn't want to embarrass him. And nobody else, to me, it was funny. But I'm like, nobody else would think it was funny. So I didn't do it. But no, I wish I had, because I didn't know it was some 25-year anniversary. I wish they'd told me that ahead of time. Why am I the last to know everything, Rob?
I got the email with you. I'm like,
yeah,
oh, cool, 25 years.
So his actual anniversary was yesterday, but they did a whole spread because Pat's a big taco guy. So they had all this food and
it was all barrio.
They got a cake.
A cake with all these pictures of him on it.
Come on, it's great. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. So anyway, Pat Butler, who is of course one of my co-hosts on 2 Hours to Midnight, but I mean that's only been for the past couple of years. 25 years.
It's incredible. That's what I said. I went up to him. He was sitting there eating, and I said, I was like, so is this just like the congratulations on not being fired party?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, 25 years, you made it.
That's all any of us are celebrating, by the way.
Dodged enough bullets to stick around for 25 years.
Yeah. So we'll see. I wonder if we'll get a cake when we hit 25 years.
Did you get one for your 10th?
No.
How about your 15th?
No.
I'm guessing 20 and 25 isn't going to
be
much
better.
But
I haven't done as many things here as Pat has. I've done this.
Right.
He has proven himself to be invaluable across a spectrum of responsibilities and performances. I just do this.
Andy's got faith as a manager. So she's like right up there like, hey, let's give it up for my boy.
Yeah. No, my 15th anniversary here at iHeart Cleveland was this past December. And other than me, there was no mention made of it. And I'm not complaining about that. I'm just pointing it out. So maybe 25 is the minimum. They really want to see who makes it.
I was your gift for 15. That's what you got. You got me.
Yeah. Rob was, he came in wearing nothing but a Happy New Year sash. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Just a cake covering my privates.
That's right.
That's it.
No, yesterday, okay, so coincidentally, as I'm reading this, they said that yesterday was his actual anniversary. Yesterday was my 33rd anniversary in radio.
You had the date exact, huh?
I'm counting the day my internship started. Not full-time. My 30th anniversary full-time in radio will be this September.
Wow.
But May 4th, 1992, I was still doing stand-up every night. I had been hired as an intern on this massive morning show in Chicago. And I spent a couple of years there before they cut me loose. But I consider that was like my first, because I fell ass backwards into radio. And that was the beginning of it. So I think of that as when I started all this nonsense.
That's cool. You know the exact date. I don't. I
May
know
4th, 1992.
I'm just June of 98.
Yeah.
Is when I got going.
Yeah. So, congratulations, Patricio. Good dude. I've got some sperm news if you want. Sperm news. I got a new Lindy Korn.
Yes. I love these so much.
Roger is one of our bureau chiefs. He's out there in the greater Buffalo metropolitan area, and he always sends me the Lindy Korn advertisements. If you're new to the show, Lindy Korn is very prominent. I think of her as the Tim Misny of Buffalo. And she does these quick television commercial bursts, 5 seconds, maybe 10, right before Wheel of Fortune. She's always color coordinated. She's got her hair dyed a shocking blue and then a dress to match or something along those lines. And she specializes clearly in like workplace harassment cases. And let's see. This is the first one that Roger sent us a long time ago.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
This is what I'm talking about. And that's why I enjoy her work so much. Hugged. And that's what lured me in was the hugged part, which I still don't understand her read on that, but I love it.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Because I initially thought that she was that was an affectation or something, but to me it sounds, now that we've gotten to know her more through the power of her commercials, that it was disdain. Disdain for someone who would take advantage of a female coworker in that way.
Rubbed.
My client, a 65-year-old healthcare worker, had her hip replacement. When she returned to work, her supervisor moved her desk into the basement, which was flooded. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
That's the other thing, too, is they all end with, does this sound familiar? And some of them you go, yeah. Others you say, no.
No.
This has never happened to anyone before.
That is jarringly specific.
Yeah. And so some of them are, she takes on a real journey in a short period of time. A recent one, she gets right to the point.
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Mm-hmm. Now, my question is, conversely, would she take a case if someone had been called a spendthrift Jew?
I'm thinking she might.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking any form of that with
discrimination
Jew, yeah.
or, oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm thinking she's there.
Here's the one that Roger just sent me. The new one.
My client, a news director, was told by her supervisor that he was in an open marriage and he was interested in finding out whether she wanted to fool around. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
If she wanted to fool around.
Dude, every single news director in Buffalo's butt puckered as soon as that thing came out.
Of course.
Oh, my God.
The guy over at WBZ, which runs the Lindy, I'm sure she runs them all over, but WBZ there, I'm sorry, that's in Boston.
That's Boston,
I'm thinking
yeah.
of WGRZ, I think is in Buffalo. WGRZ in Buffalo.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine? You just hear it. Everyone
news direct, yeah.
Puckers at the exact same time.
So your big affiliates there in Buffalo are WIVB, that's your NBC, or maybe CBS. WKBW is your ABC affiliate, and then GRZ is your NBC affiliate. And somebody is flipping the F out over that advertisement.
My client, a news director, was told by her supervisor that he was in an open marriage and he was interested in finding out whether she wanted to fool around. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Mm-hmm.
You see every single person in the newsroom just turn and look at the guy. Hey.
Hey, we
Lindy
all knew.
Korn got you.
We all knew it was Frank. But also, if the news director at a television station is your subordinate, that means you're like the general manager, higher up.
You just got corned.
My client complained that that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
A fruitcake.
It's so good, and it's so specific. Yeah. No, my guy just called me a homo. Damn it. Looks like I'm not eligible for money.
Alan, if only I could go back in time 33 years to May 4th, 1992, I could have prevented all of this. But alas, I could not.
Like the kill baby Hitler thing.
Right. Yes.
But
this person is saying, oh, if I could go back in time, thanks very much, by the way, if I go back in time and prevent you from getting into radio.
Yeah, not to fix the world, to make the world a better place, to take out Adolf Hitler. He's going to do it so you don't do your show.
That might have made the world a better place.
Perhaps, but
right?
not better than if there was no Hitler.
True. I can't compete with Hitler.
No.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
No one can.
Nope. So, yeah. Well, thank you, sir or madam, but I would have just kept on doing stand-up. Because there was a 2 or 3 year period where I was doing both. And I'm like, well, I can either do both of these half-assed, or I can pick one. And I picked radio.
I had a morning guy when we were in Massachusetts. He did mornings in Springfield. He always would tell the story how, like, he would stay on doing comedy after he got his first, like, big radio job. And the guys, like the guys he worked with were like, what are you doing? Why are you still doing this? And he's like, I don't know, I love it. And he's like, you won. Like, you win. You won comedy. You have your own show. You don't have to be on the road anymore. You don't have to do any of this anymore. Why are you still doing this? And he's like, I don't know. So he still, to this day, he still does shows.
Does he?
Just loves
Well, that's
loves
the thing. Yes, that's the thing. That's why it was such a difficult decision. Now, I talked about this actually a little bit when I was hosting the Kevin Nealon shows. I just kind of mentioned how impressive it was that Hilarities had been around for 40 years because I said I started doing stand-up comedy in 1990. I was a sophomore in college. And all of the clubs that were the big clubs in Chicago, like the Funny Firm and Jokes and Notes and the old Improv, there were a dozen clubs. I didn't have to go on the road because I could, first of all, I wasn't good enough to go on the road yet, but I could work every night of the week in a different club. They're all gone. They're all gone.
Really?
Yes, except for Zanies is still there. That's like the last man standing. And a couple new ones have opened over the past maybe 5-6 years. But all those clubs I used to work, when Nick DiPaolo stole my girlfriend, right, in 1993, they're all gone. And I'm like, Hilarities is still around 40 years later. And so that's why it's so impressive. But, it's not, to the point of all those people saying you won. That's not everybody's goal is to come off the road.
No, I know.
They kind of want to keep a leg in both of those. But my thought was, I got to figure one of these out. And I liked radio a little bit more because I really liked, there were a lot more guidelines, but I liked writing and creating and producing dumb bits that people could listen to.
I feel like you kind of flew by it. Did you say Nick DiPaolo stole your girlfriend?
Nick DiPaolo stole my girlfriend, yeah.
I didn't know this story.
He was on the show a few years ago, and I brought it up to him. I go, you'd never remember this. He goes, oh, I remember.
He did?
He remembered. He described to me what she looked like.
No way.
Yes. I said, at that time, it was the hottest girl. She was so unbelievably out of my league. She was the hottest girl I had ever dated in my life. I was only a couple of years into doing stand-up. And she was a waitress at this club called the Funny Firm in Chicago. Like I said, long gone. And Nick DiPaolo was the headline. I was opening for Nick DiPaolo. And he stole my girlfriend.
Oh, my goodness.
And so years ago when he came in here, I go, hey, here's my Nick DiPaolo story. And he goes, oh, I remember her. And he describes her to me. Now she's like living in Connecticut. She's married to a hedge fund guy or something like that, which makes perfect sense.
Do you know how hot she had to be for a road comic to remember her?
That's what I'm saying. She was I remember I only dated her for like 6 months, and I was so crushed by insecurity and self-doubt the whole time. But just being around her, I was like, oh my God. Like we go to clubs and stuff, and like, it was like guys were like a bug zap or bugs to a zapper, right? Yeah. And everybody's looking at me like, rightfully so. looking at me like, what is this with her? But yeah, so he eventually took her from me. And because he was a road comic, of course, discarded her.
Rapidly.
Well, yeah, she was road beef.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who came crawling back?
Did she?
No.
Oh. I was going to say, did you do it again?
No, it was
Take
a
her
putz.
back?
No, come on. Nope. She did not come crawling back because I think she figured it out. She's like, I'm way too good looking for that guy. But it was a fun 6 months, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I looked like I really had something going on, and I didn't. Alan, my ex-wife's birthday is in July. Are you doing the Funny Buzz then? No, I think it's just Wednesdays in May. Hey, how about The Offspring?
Yeah.
Remember All I Want off of, I think it's on Ixnay on the Hombre. That's how it goes. Offspring are on the Supercharged in 25 tour. New album's called Supercharged. Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory. They don't have scrubs opening up for them. A lot of times these shows will have like 2 bands you never heard of. Jimmy Eat World and Newfound Glory are opening for The Offspring. It's part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series out at Blossom, smack dab in the middle of August. Wednesday, August 13th, out at Blossom. I'm actually, in all candor, I'm most excited about Jimmy Eat World on this show. But Offspring, your headliner. And I'll throw in a couple tickets for you to join us this Friday night, because you have to win your tickets. An MMS invite-only show. Mammoth, before they do the arena tour with Creed, we have them playing the Foundry for a couple hundred MMS listeners this Friday night. So you're going to win your way in, WMMS.com. You can try to win there, or be caller 10 here, and you'll join us on Friday night. And then I'll throw in these Offspring tickets, too. So good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Periodic rain and storms expected for our evening around northern Ohio. Some of these storms could produce some heavy rain, so keep an eye out for high water. Then late tonight, the showers begin to back off. The fog is going to lift around downtown Cleveland, and that means we're going to drop back into the low 50s for Tuesday morning. Expect clouds to be with us, but we will have more rain coming in, especially later in the day. Temperatures topping out in the low 60s.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about fun Mother's Day gifts, all for under $15. Get low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.5.
starring me, John Lithgow.
Listen to Buzz on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Buzz to start listening.
The Alan Cox Show.
A sore tooth in the mouth of broadcasting. Oh, The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I got more money for you. Last keyword of the day to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie is coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. And then we will start it all over. I think the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow morning with RMG will be your first chance to win. Stansbury's got keywords for you. I threw you the last handful of the day. But you still have a few more weeks to grab some of this money. So still plenty of that to go around. Your Guardians are set up tonight. First of 3, they're in D.C. Coming off a big weekend in Toronto. They took 2 of 3 against the Blue Jays, 5-4 the final last night. Guardians in D.C. against the Nationals tonight. That's a 6:45 first pitch here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. We will have Cavs playoff basketball for you. Off to a rocky start. By rocky, I mean they lost. 121-112. Not a blowout, but
not what anyone expected.
Nope. Now, again, the Pacers are not the Heat. Nobody thought the Heat were kind of a pushover there. Nobody thought the Pacers were going to be like that, but the Cavs are a very good team. So they will get another crack at them here at home tomorrow night, 7 o'clock tip-off, before they head to Indianapolis on Friday.
Did you finish our travel arrangements?
To go to Indianapolis?
Yeah, didn't we talk about going there and doing the show live?
We sure did. We sure did, yes.
So you didn't do it?
Well, nope, I did. Through the power of modern technology, because I run my own board.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people in this business don't do that. You will be broadcasting from, we did this for many years with Mary Santoro when she moved to New York City. I would dial her up every day from a studio there in Midtown Manhattan. A la that, I'll be dialing you up there from the Marriott Home Suites in Indianapolis. And I'll be back here at Command Central running everything. Boy, if there was a way that I could do it there, I certainly would, but I simply can't.
Boy, I thought you were all in.
Simply can't. So I'm sorry. But Cavs basketball tomorrow night here at home before Friday night. They're in Indianapolis, wherever the Pacers play. Let me look there real quick.
It's the Who Gives a Crap Arena.
Who Cares Arena. Yeah. That's right. You were reading my mind. Yes. Boy, those naming rights are getting weirder and weirder, aren't they? Who Gives a Crap Arena.com.
Mm-hmm.
It's whogivesacrap.com. So, yes. But God bless those Cavaliers. And you want to get yourself some appropriate gear all through the month of May, you can use the promo code FLOWERS at CLE Clothing Company.
Hey, guys. I'm really excited about seeing Lords of Acid at that new venue. If nothing else, the people watching will be amazing. Alan, I expect to see you there in your finest leather banana hammock. Take it easy, guys.
Finest leather banana hammock? I don't know what kind of bougie nonsense this dude is talking about. I don't have leather banana hammock money, Rob. No, I'll be at Lords of Acid. That's about a month away. But I won't be in any fancy banana hammock. I will have fashioned actual banana peels into a, I can't, fancy leather banana hammock. Please. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm a man of the people.
You want to borrow mine?
No.
Listen,
I don't.
I'm being friendly. I can't make that show, so I have a leather banana hammock, and I figure, listen.
Yours is too large for me.
No. You can, it's Velcro.
Ah. Alan, Darius Garland, Mobley, and Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
are all injured and probably sitting out tomorrow's game. The Cavs are cooked.
Oh, stop it.
I think it's a little early to say that. I mean, if you
Yes.
watched any of the Pistons-Knicks series, everybody counted the Pistons out early. And they ended up, obviously, not taking that series, but they did a hell of a lot better than anybody expected them to. So I would not count them out yet. Wouldn't do that.
I think DG's going to play. I know Mobley and Hunter are definitely on the report right now, but I think
Okay.
they're saying DG's going to play.
DeAndre Hunter, is that who he's talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Thought he was still with the Hawks. I guess I haven't been paying close enough attention. Is this a recent acquisition?
During this season, yeah.
All right, sir. I was reading about, only because a buddy of mine who does sports radio at home in Chicago was talking about it, the Bears are showing some interest in one Nicholas Chubb. I would love nothing better than to have a Nick Chubb Bears jersey.
No.
I've had my Devin Hester jersey for almost 20 years now. I would love to have a Nick Chubb Bears jersey. Are you kidding me?
I would love nothing more than you not to have that jersey.
I know.
I think he's. I know that they want him to stay. They don't need him to stay, and that's where it's going to get interesting. They
you go to the highest bidder,
right?
But he hasn't played much. I mean,
and
there's risk there with him.
They're saying that he has not gone to any markets that they're aware of. Right now, he's a free agent.
Yeah,
but they're saying they're not aware that he's gone and visited anywhere. So if he's trying to shop the market and no one's interested, I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, from what I understand, the Bears are showing some interest. Now, he has only played 10 games in 2 seasons, but it seems like he's healthy, seems like he's ready to go for 2025.
Well, and he came back last year and he just didn't look like Nick Chubb, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the, and I think that's the concern for all these franchises. They're like, okay, sink all that money into Nick Chubb and it's not
And
the
then
same
he gets hurt
guy.
again.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Yep. But anyway, we got a new coach there in Chicago, and, he's a running backs guy. So maybe he looks at this situation and says, Nick Chubb, hasta la vista, baby, from Cleveland.
Nick Chubb! Hasta la vista, baby! Nick Chubb! Touchdown!
Now, if there's more things we can use with the Chicago Bears, it's touchdowns. And Nick Chubb might be a part of that. I never had a Nick Chubb Browns jersey. Of course, I'm still rocking my Tim Couch Browns jersey. Anyway, but I would love to replace my Devin Hester Bears jersey with a Nick Chubb jersey.
Ooh, so scared, chubby wubby.
Yes, I would. I got money here. It is $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. This is the last keyword you'll get today before we start it all over again tomorrow. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Oh, doggy. We were talking about the birds earlier. We're talking about the chickadee. The black-capped chickadee is the state bird of Rhode Island or Connecticut? Oh, Maine.
Maine.
Maine. A British boy won for the second consecutive year the European Gull Screeching Championship.
How is this a thing?
Because it's the UK, and they're looking for whatever they can pick up in kicks. There's a lot of seagulls. There's a lot of seaside communities. We have seagulls in our parking lots all around these United States. But over there, the Chesterfield's own, this was in the Derbyshire Times, Chesterfield's own seagull boy won the gold medal for the second year. And he's decked out, dressed like a seagull. Cooper Wallace is 10 years old. And he won against 21 contenders. He doesn't even get to stay there in his hometown and do it. They got to go to Belgium. think the twerp from Antwerp would be a better name for this kid, but he's not from. So he's dressed as a seagull, and he gets up there, and he takes the gold for the second year in a row.
Gold, that your life is never going to be the same again. And did it change?
It has changed like a whole lot. It's never going to be the same.
Yeah, that's true. So is mine. After presentation of this championship. Okay, Cooper, are you ready to perform? Okay, please, also outside, quiet, please.
I like how he asks for a hush to come over the room.
Thank you very much.
Andy Kaufman.
You have a little routine. Okay, yeah, seagulls like routines. Okay. I will give you space.
Seagull, is he just riffing, or do seagulls actually love routines?
I couldn't tell you.
They like saltines.
I would trust a guy hosting a seagull contest, though, that he might
to know.
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Had enough?
Loud noises!
Oh, the crowd goes crazy. I don't think there's any way that kid can monetize that, but they call him the Seagull Boy over there in Derbyshire, England. He's won for the second year in a row.
Good God almighty. I just had the thoughts.
Hey, listen, over here we have eating competitions because that's what we do over here is eat. Over there,
we have seagulls too.
We do, but they're in parking lots, and they're a lot of Cleveland obviously is a city on the water. There are a lot of towns not on the water. They have seagulls in the parking lot. The theory being, or at least always what I've heard was, when the seagulls are overhead, they mistake a parking lot for a body of water.
Dumb birds.
Well, there you go.
And he started out rough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess he got there at the end.
Imagine how bad the 21 other people were that he beat.
Yeah.
For the second year in a row.
All just a bunch of dummies. Like, hey, all right, sir, you're up. Do the seagull impression. Woof. Oh, no.
No,
sorry.
That's not a seagull.
All right, sir, you're up.
Here is our
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Here's our third contestant.
No.
You stupid. I can't use, of course, any of those British curse words, but
I've been watching.
Yeah,
I've been watching that Mobland, so I'm all.
Oh, Mobland's great.
I'm all in on the British cursing right now.
Pierce Brosnan.
That is such a good show.
I hear people refer to him as Pierce Bronson. It always makes me pucker a little bit. Tom Hardy.
Yeah, he's great.
Helen Mirren.
Really.
Patty Considine.
The show is just, really, really, really good.
Great actors.
And Guy Ritchie, right? Like anything that dude does is just great.
Well, he's kind of a one-trick pony, but I really like his trick.
Yeah.
I really like Guy Ritchie's trick.
And I love that dude, the governor from Snatch, is in this as the governor again, which is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Guy Ritchie, who got to put it in Madonna for a while. Remember that? I forgot they were married.
I think her kids are his kids, right?
Really?
Okay. I think he's the baby daddy.
All right.
I could be wrong, but I think so.
Yeah, he does good work.
Did you see the Gemstones finale?
Did not.
I have not watched it yet. I heard people are crying, like it's a sad thing to see end.
Oh, okay.
Like the whole cast was posting about it.
I'm quite sure I won't cry, but
oh no, I won't either. But
yeah,
Walton Goggins had a huge post.
Yeah,
and signed it, Baby B. So I'm hoping that's like foreshadowing that they're going to have their own spin-off show of him.
Okay.
Because I could watch him do anything.
Walton Goggins.
And just as Baby Billy. I mean, it's so good.
Can't wait to wear my Walton Goggins shirt on Friday night.
You gonna wear it?
Yes.
Yes.
Hells yes. So anyway, congratulations to 10-year-old British boy Cooper Wallace for winning the European Gull Screeching Contest for the second year in a row. They point out that the most British prize pack ever, as they describe it, he won a hamper full of sweets, biscuits, crisps, and fizzy drinks.
And his ass beat by all of his classmates for wearing that costume.
Fizzy lifting drinks.
Yeah.
You lose! Good day, sir!
I said good
You get
day.
nothing! You lose. He said we also got seagull badges. The hamper of sweets. The hamper of sweets is much bigger than last year. You've really got to put your legs in to lift it. Again, I am biased against seagulls, as I've told the story numerous times about how one swooped down and without even breaking stride stole a hot dog from out my buns. I was holding hot dogs in buns in my hand, and it came down. I didn't have a hot dog wedged between my cheeks. Betwixt my cheeks. That's right. Because when I'm overseas, I wear very small cabana shorts. And so it's easy to see where the hot dog is at all times. But it wasn't that. They were Frankfurters, actual hot dogs, but not betwixt my cheeks. I had them in my hands.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Got a little NFL breaking news.
It better be Nick Chubb going to the Chicago
It's
Bears,
not.
since I'm really going to sound like I was on top of things.
It is not that, Alan. The Ravens release Justin Tucker, the former glory kicker, the king of fantasy football kickers, released amid sexual misconduct
that guy,
allegations.
Right.
They call it a football decision in their.
I thought they had already cleared all that up. I thought the lady retracted her accusation or something. I thought that was all cleaned up.
Nope. He is gonzo.
Well, John Harbaugh said that it was based on football, but that can't be right.
No. As a money kicker. There's no way.
Yeah.
And it says right in the headline, Ravens release kicker Justin Tucker as he faces sexual misconduct allegations.
This is another guy where 24 masseuses came, right? He's a Deshaun Watson.
It's yeah. He's just, good. Handsy.
A total of 16 therapists from the Baltimore area have shared their accounts. They say that it occurred between his 2012 rookie year and 2016. All right. I don't know. It's a power move? What is it with these guys that are massage? I was reading a thing, or as a girl on TikTok or something like that, where she went the other way. She didn't realize she was making an appointment at a rub and tug. And she had mistakenly made an appointment at a massage spa and didn't know that it was like a brothel.
But don't you have to assume that that's the problem in these cases, like with him and with Deshaun Watson? If you make an appointment at a rub and tug place, it's implied that the tug is coming. I think they were going to places getting massages asking for a tug or putting the hand there or whatever. Hence the problem. Because if you're going to a place that does those and you know that that's what you're booking, there wouldn't be a allegation that you did something wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
And this lady said she went to a massage place and didn't realize it was one of those places.
I accidentally had a massage at a brothel.
All right, she's Australian, so it's bear with me. Nar.
I went and just had a massage the other week after the gym. My neck was sore. Well, since then I've found out that it is a full service. There were flags and they were red and waving. And when it was halfway through, a guy walked in and he was like, oh no, I'm going to wait for that other person. And I was like, yeah, whatever. She's actually giving me a great massage. But then she didn't change the towel or the face thing or anything when I left. She was just like, out, next. They were probably so confused as to what was there, saying, oh, I've got a sore neck.
Didn't change the towel or anything. Oh. Next.
I guess I never even thought of
accidentally going to one of those places.
Or just a woman going to a rub and tug,
But also,
on
wouldn't
purpose.
you have one room set aside for people who don't realize what kind of joint you are? That room where you do change the towels and things? Or
you guys
maybe it's
only
just
use Lubriderm here? What about massage oil? Oh, no, that's for our hands. Wrong room.
Why do you have a barrel of Astroglide in the corner? Is that going to be, we find that it's cheaper.
Why are all those socks standing up on their own?
Mm-hmm. Arnar.
Arnar.
I didn't realize that it was one of those places. I had a sore neck. Yeah, me too. My neck is sore.
Boy, it's a rub and tug.
Oh, I slept weird last night. Could you come over here and,
Arnar.
Yeah. I'd be worried that the cops would bust in as soon as I busted in.
Hey-oh.
Hey-oh. Get it, Spooge. All right, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch on our YouTube channel, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Samantha says, we have a man at work who keeps climaxing on the shared bathroom floor. It's been months that this is going on. All we know is that it is a second shift guy.
That's disgusting.
How would you ever figure that out?
Well, you could DNA test it.
Yeah.
That's going to be...
Jeffrey, would you and Charlie like to become the investigators? And maybe do a taste test or something, see if you can narrow down who it belongs to?
No, thanks. First, we're going to need a sample from everybody on second shift.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's Alan. You know what? If you don't already have the kitchen that you love, you can close your eyes and you know exactly what you want it to look like. That's where Northeast Factory Direct comes in without the stress or delays or sky-high prices. Right now, you can get a full 10x10 kitchen cabinet set for only $25.99. Solid wood, soft close drawers, full extension glides, all the bells and whistles, and they have their design teams to help you through the whole thing. Book an appointment with them at any one of their locations or online at northeastfactorydirect.com.
All about the presets.
That is the best new feature. It's like a car radio right on the app. There's a list of what's trending. There's all the podcasts. I love it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cleveland Metro Park's Emerald Necklace has 9 pristine golf courses surrounded by scenic beauty for you to explore. Book your tee time at clevelandmetroparks.com/golf. Your time, your place. Cleveland Metro Parks.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-THIRD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Alan. Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus is back this season. Join us every Wednesday in May and June for a 90-minute trip through Cleveland's most interesting neighborhoods and entertainment districts. Your tour guides, very funny local comedians who put their own spin on the whole trip. It's a blast. Tickets are only $33. We leave from Collision Bend Brewing in the Flats, so get your tickets. Get ready to have a great time. Join us this season. Go to funnybus.net to grab your tickets and join us for a good time.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Because he's my best friend, he's my pal, he's my homeboy, my rotten soldier, he's my sweet cheese, my good time boy.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians baseball tonight. Coming off a good weekend up there in Toronto. Guardians end up taking 2 of 3 in that series. And they will start up tonight in D.C. against the Nationals. That is a 6:45 first pitch. Same time tomorrow night. And then they will finish with a nooner on Wednesday before coming back home. Spend the weekends against the Philadelphia Phillies. Who's their big man? Bryce Tucker?
Mm-mm.
Bryce Phillips?
Mm-mm.
Bryce Harper?
Mm-hmm.
Third time's a charm. I had Justin Tucker on the brain right away. The guy there just got released by the Baltimore Ravens for pulling a Deshaun Watson, what we call it here in Cleveland. Alan, full-service brothels are legal in at least parts of Australia. I'm not sure how that woman screwed that up when the sex work is legal and advertised. Yeah, that's kind of a wrinkle. That woman's like, oh, no, you know, I had a sore neck, and I didn't realize it was one of those kinds of places. Unless she's faking for clout. Could it be that?
Maybe.
She sounds a little long in the tooth to be one of those people, but what do I know? I think if you are Australian, you'd be hip to those advertisements. You know, also talking about in the world of your Justin Tuckers and your Deshaun Watsons, that Diddy trial started today.
Oh,
yeah. I wonder what his lawyers are going to argue. He's hired because when you have a lot of money and you don't want to go to jail, you hire more than just lawyers. You hire a jury consultant. This is somebody who tells you how to make yourself seem empathetic to a jury, they'll help with jury selection, a process called the voir dire that you law students are familiar with. And this is somebody who profiles potential jurors to take part in this. So jury selection has started. That is part of the trial. And a woman named Linda Moreno, who is considered to be one of the top jury consultants in the country, she picked a jury that ended up acquitting a Florida college professor of terrorism charges. And so she's very good at what she does. And so Diddy is hoping that she can work a similar kind of magic with him. And they're paid a lot of money. It's very lucrative. Because what they do is they basically they dig into the background of potential jurors. And so that makes some people nervous. You know, if you were chosen, you think about people who, obviously this is not like a murder trial or something, but you think about people who serve on juries for like mob bosses and stuff. You're worried that every time you go out to your car, things are going to blow up. I have to imagine that similar concerns might arise if you're chosen as a juror in the Diddy trial. You might go out to your car and it's covered in baby oil. That's so stupid. Yeah, so, but the whole thing has started. And obviously, jury consultation, that's a legal practice. Some people don't think that it should be. But these are usually people who were attorneys, and then they become jury consultants. You know, they've been litigating for a long, long time. Now, I don't know if one of your claims to fame is that you also represented Wesley Snipes, because he went to jail. Didn't he?
Yeah.
They were like, she helped Wesley Snipes avoid tax evasion charges in 2008. She helped him avoid the felony. He pled down. So he did time on misdemeanor counts. But Wesley Snipes was in jail for 3 years. And then he comes back out, and people are like, oh, he's done. Nope. Now Wesley Snipes, and thank God, Wesley Snipes showing up in stuff. You know, he shows up as Blade in the Deadpool movie.
Yep.
That was nice. And so multiple charges keep getting stacked against Diddy. And big ones, too. Like sex trafficking and, you know, global prostitution rings and things like that.
I mean, he is screaming his innocence, though, man. My God almighty.
But, you know, he's all his, you know, you're in jail for a while and there he is in the courtroom sketch, you know. You're not getting the dye sent into you anymore. So he's full gray. And, you know, not all of us feel comfortable dyeing our hair, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
It might look ridiculous. But, you know, Diddy's a 55-year-old man. And he might still get off, by the way. I think some people think it's a fait accompli that Diddy is going to go to prison like R. Kelly did. But that's not the case. Nobody knows anything.
I think it really depends on what actually sticks, right? Like what of those things is real? How much of that is real, right?
There's a guy outside the federal court room wearing a Free Puff sweatshirt. You can't even be bothered to update your sweatshirt. Puff. Nobody calls him Puff anymore.
Mm-mm.
Puff Daddy was a long time ago. He was Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
He was Diddy Dirty Money. He was Sean Diddy Combs when he was going by as Christian. Free Puff.
P. Diddy.
P. Diddy. P. Duty. That didn't catch on.
Patootie.
Patootie. P. Duty.
P. Duty.
Yep. D. Poopy. He was calling that for a while. That was, he had a whole, so it's gone off in so many different directions. It's hard to keep track, but I do, what? Yep, that's the, yep. That's Kanye, though. But Free Puff, come on. So I think they're going to lean heavily on Diddy's mental condition. They're going to have to. Because they have physical evidence. You know, they raided his homes last year. This is, remember, the first that anybody heard when the story first broke. Oh, my God, they've raided Diddy's house.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, why? Tax evasion? I mean, there's probably a little bit of that in there, too. But they're like, nope. They're investigating his freak-offs.
He has 8 million gallons of lube in his basement. Baby oil and lube.
And it wasn't COVID hoarding. It wasn't, you know, Albert Brooks on Curb Your Enthusiasm with the hand sanitizer. This was the guys doing freak-off parties.
Well, and that's what they say. They're like, A, sex isn't illegal, and B, neither is lube. They have nothing on us.
That's right.
Obviously, they have more than that.
They do, but if they can convince the jury that it's circumstantial, or, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you? An indictment of my client is an indictment of the American way of life.
Your Honor.
Sexual liberation, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Honor, he don't use spit. You must acquit. The man loves his lube, Your Honor.
That's right. Yep. If she don't hawk to her, you must accrue a verdict of not guilty. So, yeah, his victims shockingly claimed that he would use an entire bottle of baby oil in fewer than 5 minutes during sex. Now, I don't like things to be that slippery. I like there to be some friction. If it's too wet, it's no fun.
Well, he's obviously just
slipping and sliding all over the place. That's no fun.
It's obviously just going everywhere, is my guess. I mean,
you got like a wet banana in the backyard back there.
All over the booty. I think he's just spraying it everywhere.
I mean, I don't mind that. I'm just saying, listen, Homeland Security agents seized more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant from the properties in May of last year. 1,000 bottles. Now, are they like travel bottles, or were these like with a pump?
No, I think they were like just the normal,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah. So like Seinfeld has a hangar full of classic cars.
Right.
Diddy has a giant storage facility in his house for baby oil.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
See over here, bitch, this is the vintage Johnson & Johnson.
This was a very good year
This is a very
for
good year.
lubricant.
This is a 2001 Astroglide.
Yep. This is a good year. This is like the Lafitte Rothschild 1969 of lubricant.
I'm feeling a new parody, Alan.
Oh.
I think we need to get to writing.
Baby oil of 69?
No, it already pretty much wrote itself for us. The song Diddy from Paperboy.
Okay.
I mean, it's there. Get this off to Taint Smasher and
from the show Atlanta?
Huh?
Diddy by Paperboy.
Yeah, you know that song, right?
I don't.
Oh, yeah, it was a hit in 92, 93, something like that. Do the diddy if you want to. That's the song.
Okay.
I'm telling you. We got I'm putting pen to paper tonight.
Paperboy.
I'm cautious of hose, so Paperboy wears prophylactics. It's already there. Just have to clean it up a little bit.
Oh, I see. It's Ditty.
Yes.
Not Diddy.
Correct.
I see. It's not a song about
No.
Diddy.
That's what I'm saying. We can make it that.
Coming from the another fat track.
You don't know this?
I don't know Diddy. I don't think. Maybe I do.
Maybe you'll know the hook.
Yeah. All right. I want to be careful here, but
is there any cursing in it?
I'm sure there is.
I don't think there is.
This is a radio edit, but
yeah, I think it was just a dance song. I don't think there was any cursing in it at all. But there's a lot before it gets to the hook, I think.
Do the Diddy if you want to.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Remember
Vaguely.
this?
I
Yeah.
think maybe when I was still doing the clubs, this was.
So do the diddy instead of ditty.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I was thinking of Paperboy from Donald Glover's show Atlanta. The great Brian Tyree Henry played the rapper in Atlanta. I forgot about Paperboy in real life.
I think everyone did.
You might be right there. Alan, hot take. Madonna was never really that hot. A solid 5 out of 10.
It's more than a 5, but I don't disagree.
I mean, I back in the day, that True Blue Dweezil Zappa guitar, I mean, I thought Madonna was really foxy.
Yeah.
Now she looks completely different, but she's an older woman. That's okay.
And had too much work done.
Yeah. Alan, why do people listening think that everyone knows everything about the country they live in? I don't know what that means. Why do people listening think that everyone knows everything about the country they... Oh, maybe the person hitting me up about Australia.
Okay.
Well, what I would say is if they're legal and they're advertised, then if you live there, you've probably seen advertisements for them. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the one she went to, this is about the woman who didn't realize she was going into a full-service brothel to get a massage. She just, escaped her, I guess. My friends went to a rub and tug, Alan, and invited me to go along, but I was too nervous to come with them. You mean go with them? Oh, maybe you don't. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be... Again, this is reminiscent of the guys in college when I walked past the room and they were all sitting on the floor watching porn. What guy goes like, hey, want to go to the massage parlor? No, I don't.
Nope.
No, I would be too nervous that, it was getting raided. With my luck, it'd get raided while I was there.
Oh, of course.
And by the way, having somebody give you, a half-assed hander, how is that a thing?
I'm guessing it's not a half-assed hander. I think if it's a
They're
rub
doing
and tug
them all
place,
day long.
they know what they're doing, though, man.
Yeah, okay, so quantity over quality?
No,
they're
I think still
they're
quality.
doing speed rounds?
Yeah, I think they know how to get it done.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
They pull a ditty. A lot of oil.
Yeah. She goes into the, she's like, here's the towel. And, and she opens up like a 2-door closet, and it's just wall-to-ceiling lube.
Yep.
Oh, cool. And you're not I would be too concerned about the state of her, You're not being trafficked, are you? She's like, huh? And just keeps going.
We got a great deal on all this lube at a police auction. It's all ditties.
Right. You see, Martin Short they're rebooting the Match Game with Martin Short?
No.
That makes me very happy.
Yes.
Match Game. For a few years they rebooted it. It was Alec Baldwin, but he agreed to host it, and the money that they paid him went to charity, went to his foundation. Match Game returns to ABC with Martin Short as host.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. So that's pretty good. This will be... It's been 4 years since the Alec Baldwin one was.
Did you see his movies officially online? That one
Rust? The one where the girl died?
Yeah.
I saw that, but yeah, I don't...
I won't. I don't think I'll watch it. I mean, there is a curiosity factor for sure. Because, I hate to say this, the morbid in me wants to, see that scene.
No, I understand. It's like when Brandon Lee died during The Crow, and they had to digitally recreate his face, and the technology in the early 90s was not... It was not what it is today, obviously.
I wonder, did they scrap that whole scene? Because remember, it was supposed to be the shot was actually supposed to look down the barrel of the gun.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they just scrapped that whole scene altogether, or if it's still there.
I don't know. But Marty Short is hosting this new Match Game thing.
And he's funny as hell, man. So it's going to be...
He's great.
It'll be good. He's great on his toes.
They had been... the producers had been chasing Sarah Jessica Parker, and they just couldn't close her deal.
Thank God.
And so they got Martin Short.
This is a much better hire.
I think so, too.
It's like when they tried to do the Blossom chick on Jeopardy. Mayim Bialik.
Yeah.
It just didn't work. She did a good job. I'm not saying she wasn't great, but this dude is good. He's perfect for that job.
Ken Jennings.
Yeah.
Listen, if you like lisps on television, he's your guy.
It's a minimal lisp at best.
What? I can't hear you over the music I'm playing. Martin Short doing the Match Game. Nobody ever comes to me. It's because my agent passed away. I don't have representation anymore. People used to call him and go, hey, we want to talk to Alan about hosting the Match Game. Could you tell Alan it's down to him and Martin Short and Sarah Jessica Parker? And he'd call me and he'd go, what do you think? I go, Bob, I have responsibilities at WMMS. Please.
Alan, we've got this.
Tell them to leave me alone.
This is all you, buddy. We've got this. It's only Martin Short and Sarah Jessica Parker. You're in, baby. You're in.
The Wheel of Fortune gig is down to you and Ryan Seacrest.
Damn it.
Oh, damn it.
And at that point you
He
lost.
gets everything.
Everything.
Of course. Well, he's good at keeping the trains running on time.
Is he?
It's not really my fort.
Is he, though?
He seems to be. I mean, he keeps getting these gigs.
I think it's because it's just, he's easy. He's
I
not
guess,
going to do anything wrong.
I'm not either. I'm not going to do anything wrong. I do as much right as I possibly can. We got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. And ladies. Of course, I mean guys in the generic sense. Where can people engage with you in the off hours, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
I'm Alan Cox Show on your social media platforms. This program will be available for you in its entirety wherever you get your podcasts, including but not limited to the iHeartRadio app. Although if you do listen there, you can leave us talk back messages, a little microphone button there. Voicemails on our after hours line, 216-986-8903. My thanks to Scott Stapp. He's got that solo album. It's called Higher Power. He'll do a handful of solo dates, but that Creed tour, they're going back and doing 25 cities this summer. You'll have to go to Cincinnati or Detroit to see them this time around. They'll have Wolfie Van Halen and Mammoth opening up. Fortunately, before they do that, you can see Mammoth in a small club this Friday night with us, the MMS invite-only show.
I am so excited. Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Cannot wait.
The new Foundry there in Old Brooklyn. And you'll be one of just a couple hundred people to see Mammoth play Friday night. So more tickets tomorrow afternoon. I think Stansbury's got them, too.
Yep, everybody does.
Everybody's got them. And more tickets for the Cleveland Funny Bus. We start that back up Wednesdays in May. So go to funnybus.net. See if there are tickets remaining, because they always go quickly.
And that's just May, right?
Yeah, listen, as of now, yes.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to be certain.
We'll see how much interest there is in people celebrating that guy's wife's birthday with him in June, and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, funnybus.net. And that's it. Thanks, guys. Guardians baseball is next.
It's actually delayed.
Oh!
Yeah, it is delayed.
Raining in D.C.?
Raining in D.C., so we're looking at a delayed start, so we've got the Corey Roddick experience for a bit.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Raining in D.C., my favorite Bad Brains album. Okay, thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, and I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
The Pacers stole Game 1 and home court advantage from the Cavs last night. They take a 1-0 lead in the best-of-7 set. Reports today say Darius Garland remains questionable for Game 2, and DeAndre Hunter dislocated his right thumb. Evan Mobley suffered an ankle injury. They're both questionable tomorrow, too. And the guards are heating up. They won for the 5th time in their last 6 games yesterday. They head to Washington tonight for a 3-game set with the Nats. I'm Scott Davidson.
DraftKings is all about responsible gaming. It's more fun when it's for fun. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 or older. Age and eligibility vary by jurisdiction.
Have you heard? Dollar Bank's new Smart Savings account offers annual percentage yields as high as 4.25%. That's right, 4.25% up to $10,000 with the safety of FDIC insurance. And with no minimum balance requirement and no monthly service fee, the savings really add up. It's truly an account for everyone. Smart Savings also provides the benefit of a great checking account with perks such as card controls to turn your card on or off, real-time card activity alerts, mobile payments, and more. Get started today. You can open an account online